Good, good morning, everybody. Let's see. My name is Tara Laver. I am the archivist at the Nelson Atkins Museum of Art. And as chair of the Society of American Archivists Museum Archives section, I'm so pleased to see so many of you here today and virtually coming together to talk about our particular flavor of archival work. First, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the Yale Center for British Art's generosity in organizing and hosting this event and carrying the lion's share of the work associated with putting it on, especially Gemma Field, Jessica Quagliaroli, I knew I was going to do that, and Rachel Chatalbash. Thank you for offering this collaboration with the Museum Archives section. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge the land on which we are meeting and draw your attention to Yale's land acknowledgement. Just a few things, housekeeping items before we get started. If you have questions for the speakers or about the day, please send them to ycba.research@yale.edu. This will be on a slide at the end of each presentation, so don't worry if you didn't catch it just now. But I will say it again, ycba.research@yale.edu. Gemma Field will be monitoring the account and bringing your questions to the forum. So the other thing is the event is being recorded and will be made available at a later date on the YCBA website, and then we'll also send out a link to the Museum Archives section. And for those of you here on site, please remember that no food or drink is permitted in the lecture hall where we're meeting today, so thank you for your cooperation with that. With that, let's turn to our program. The Museum Archives field has been fortunate to benefit from a series of publications in the last 40 years that focus on aspects of archival work unique to museum archives, the most recent of which is the 2022 publication, Museum Archives, Practice, Issues, Advocacy, edited by longtime Museum Archives section working group leaders Rachel Chatalbash, Susan Hernandez, and Megan Schwenke. As noted in the call for papers for this symposium, these publications trace the growth and formalization of the museum archives field as a specialist subset within the archival profession, while shedding light on the developments and challenges central to our work. Almost 2 years on from its publication, this symposium is a chance to come together and think about not only what it has illuminated, but also what's next as we continue to consider questions of access, decolonizing cultural institutions, information management, especially in changed work environments that are the legacy of COVID, and many other circumstances that we'll hear about today. So I hope from our time together today, you will find things that resonate, potentially solve a problem, and inspire you. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rachel Chatalbash, Deputy Director for Academic Affairs, Education, and Research at the Yale Center for British Art, for an introduction.
Thanks so much, Tara. On behalf of the Yale Center for British Art, thanks to everyone for coming here today. For those who don't know me, my name is Rachel Chatalbash, and I am Deputy Director for Academic Affairs, Education, and Research at the museum. I am delighted to welcome you to a day devoted to thinking about the current and future state of museum archives. This symposium was born out of the Society of American Archivists 2022 publication, Museum Archives, Practice, Issues, Advocacy, which I co-edited with my colleagues Susan Hernandez and Megan Schwenke, both of whom are here today and will be serving as panel chairs. This publication had a long development, emerging from the work that we conducted through the now dissolved Society of American Archivists Museum Archives Section's Standards and Best Practices Working Group over the course of approximately a decade. The majority of the book's authors have participated in the working group's activities through volunteer membership, participation in an annual project, or presenting at the working group's annual symposium, and the working group's efforts provided the foundation for the publication's chapters. The publication also originated with Deb Wythe's Museum Archives and Introduction, published in 2004, which was the first major book on museum archives in the United States, and from which our publication drew its structure. Today, I wish to celebrate the publication of Museum Archives Practice Issues Advocacy by sharing some of its key themes and ideas, all of which center around advocacy for museum archives. Much of the content I will share with you today was first published in that publication through the Society of American Archivists, and I thank the publishing program, as well as my co-editors and co-authors, for allowing me to share it with you. The panels that follow my talk will present ideas not reflected in the publication, or they will offer new directions for museum archives in areas such as engaging with communities beyond the museum, bringing new transparency to collection holdings, and reassessing appraisal practices. Before proceeding, it is worth noting the role of archives and archivists in museums, particularly for those in the audience who may be less familiar with the field of museum archives. Museums hold an important position in society. For instance, many strive to promote understanding and introspection, advance education, and preserve the history and heritage of our world. This important position must be documented, and that documentation must be made available to both scholars and the public. This important work and its many facets belong to the field of museum archives. Museum archives and the archivists who manage them have an immense responsibility of ensuring that the institutional records of museums, and in turn, the record of the cultural heritage they steward, are collected, preserved, and accessible. Museum archivists also acquire and care for manuscripts and special collections that support their museum's mission and holdings, furthering the development of museums as significant repositories of knowledge. While museum archivists use the same methods as other archivists, they accession, arrange, describe, and preserve records in the same ways that their counterparts do at other institutions. What sets them apart is how they situate themselves among colleagues, advocate for their role and the importance of their collections, and operate as both archivists and museum professionals. In order to understand and appreciate what the publication Museum Archives Practice Issues Advocacy attempts to do and where it sits in the museum archives field, it is important to understand how the field itself emerged. As the book's introduction lays out, the origin of museum archives as a distinct profession in the United States is often traced to a 1979 meeting at the Smithsonian's Belmont Conference Center, sponsored by the Archives of American Art and the Smithsonian Institution's Educational Outreach Program. During the three-day conference, now known as the Belmont Conference, archivists, librarians, and registrars from museums with existing archives programs came together to discuss the importance of museum archives, as well as establishing new museum archives, methods of storing archival records, and how to create access for staff and scholars. The Belmont Conference was an important moment for museum archives in the United States. Not only had museum archivists and their allies assembled for the first time, but they were able to collectively articulate their needs, strengths, and values, signaling the beginning of a distinct museum archives profession. Momentum and support for museum archives programs were reinforced by the National Historical Publications and Records Commission, which funded 24 museum archive seed projects between 1978 and 1988. So how did this pivotal moment in the 1970s arise? Increased attention to museum archives has been attributed by some to factors such as revived interest in institutional history and the desire to use museum history to celebrate significant anniversaries. While these were clearly contributing factors, the professionalization of both the archives and museum professions should also be considered. Although museums had been acquiring archival collections and creating institutional records for many years, standards-based archives management and preservation were not prevalent until the middle of the 20th century. Furthermore, it was not until the 1970s that guidance on archival education began to emerge from the Society of American Archivists, and broad-based educational resources, such as the Archival Fundamental Series, were published. The promotion of the profession's first widely accepted standards and educational programs, as well as its emerging professional identity, encouraged the growth of many kinds of institutional archives programs as well. Just as museum archives were being established and developed, so too were university archives programs and archives of other types of institutions, ranging from nonprofits to corporations. Additionally, the establishment of regional professional organizations such as the Midwest Archives Conference in 1972 and the New England Archivists in 1973, as well as more locally regionalized groups such as the New York City-based Archivist Roundtable of Metropolitan New York in 1979 can be traced to this time. Thus, the emergence of museum archives in the United States should be viewed within the larger context of a burgeoning archives profession, replete with different types of institutional repositories, and not in isolation. The museum field also underwent changes in the 1960s and 70s, which led to increased specialization among museum professionals. Museum scholar Stephen Weil has demonstrated that during this period, museums shifted their focus from solely collection-based work, carried out primarily by curators, to the services that they could provide their communities, which required the introduction of other distinct professionals and professional departments into the museum's organizational structure. Similarly, the role of the curator became characterized as more intellectual, authorial, and discursive, further divorced from the responsibilities of other museum functions ranging from education to marketing to graphic design. These changes to institutional infrastructure and operations, as well as the transformation of curatorial roles, may have also provided room for professional archivists within the museum structure and contributed to the rise of the museum archivist as a discrete professional entity within the museum environment. The rise of the museum archives profession can also be traced through the development of its role in the Society of American Archivists, also known as SAA. Since 1981, museum archivists have strived to establish a discrete and formal identity for themselves in the broader landscape of the National Archival Professional Organization and continue to do so today. To provide some highlights, which you can see on the screen, in 1981, SAA approved the formation of a museum archives task force to gather information on archival programs, connect with allied groups, and establish guidelines for the creation and maintenance of museum archives. In 1984, William Deiss's Museum Archives: An Introduction was published by SAA. It was the first book to cover techniques and strategies specific to museum archives. In 1985, the American Association of Museums added questions about museum archives to the self-study portion of the accreditation process. This was really important. By including these questions, the national professional organization representing museums was indicating to the museum profession that not only museum archives existed, but that they had enough value to be considered as part of the accreditation process. In 1986, the Museum Task Force became a roundtable, and in 1990 became a section, which awarded museum archivists greater status within SAA. The section had its first meeting on September 9, 1990, and established its bylaws in 1991. In 1998, Museum Archives guidelines were established and endorsed by SAA in 2003. These guidelines provided museum archivists with a guide to best practices by which they could steward their collections and operate within different museum contexts. In 2004, Museum Archives: An Introduction, edited by Deborah Wythe, was published by SAA. It greatly expanded on the previous edition, covering many aspects of establishing and running a museum archives program. The 2004 publication was so significant for the museum archives field, it carved out a place for museum archives and recognized them as a distinct subset of the field. It very importantly spoke to the need for museum archives and how they might be created and administered. The publication that has brought us here today, Museum Archives: Practice, Issues, Advocacy, published almost 20 years later, arrived at a moment when the archives field as a whole had expanded and evolved. Museum archives were not an exception. The book reasserts the ideas presented in the previous publication. However, it adds a focus on how to sustain successful museum archives programs over time, how to advocate for the role of the archives and the archivist within museums, and how to continually demonstrate their value. The shift we pointed to with this publication was really the maturing of the museum archives field to one that is more established and recognized than it was 2 decades prior. Museum archivists can make so many valuable contributions to their institutions, and our publication embraces that outlook. Fundamentally, the publication argues what museum archivists do and how they might realize their goals. It explains the set of professional skills required and the activities that all archivists might perform but views them through the lens of the museum by employing museum-specific examples. It provides practical guidance on the day-to-day management of museum archives, including creating policies, acquiring collections, and stewarding special formats, which can be of use to both novice and seasoned museum archivists. The book summarizes relevant archival literature, as well as fundamental theory and practice to provide context for discussions of issues specific to museums. And it connects the topic of museum archives to the broader professional discourse from which museum archives and archivists are almost always absent. Each chapter concludes with a list of suggested additional resources. Significantly, the publication goes beyond the nuts and bolts of museum archives work by exploring strategies museum archivists can use to negotiate for the resources needed to successfully carry out their mandate, as advocacy for their enterprise underlies all of their work. There is much to love about being a museum archivist. A museum archivist has an unparalleled opportunity to work with professionals from allied fields, such as librarians, registrars, and curators, as well as staff at all levels of their institution, documenting both the museum's operations and the objects it stewards, while also building a collection in its own right. Furthermore, a museum archivist advances the mission of the museum through research, scholarship, exhibitions, and programs. Yet, despite these contributions, the work of the museum archivist can sometimes be seen as ancillary rather than fundamental to the museum's mission-critical work. Museum archives often provide the only long-term view of an institution's most important operations and contributions, ranging from the development and stewardship of a museum's object collection to the organization and execution of its exhibitions. However, museum colleagues often do not consider the archives as essential to an institution's identity or future and underestimate its potential impact. The essential aspect of the museum archivist's job is to counter these perceptions to develop a functioning and fully engaged museum archives program. This publication addresses the vital position museum archivists should assume at their institutions, how they can and should advocate for the significance of museum archives collections, especially in the context of more highly valuable object collections, and how they can position the museum archives as an indispensable hub of knowledge and activity in the museum. The ideal relationship between the museum archivist and the museum is a reciprocal one in which the archivist develops a collection as robust and compelling as the museum's object collections, which the museum, in turn, is compelled to draw on as an integral part of its exhibitions and operations. This relationship can't take place overnight. Building it is a career-long effort. Finally, I wish to end this presentation by putting this publication in conversation with recent developments in the museum field. As this book went to print, we were at a pivotal moment in the history of museums. The global COVID-19 pandemic had forced our institutions to close their gallery doors to the public and staff alike. During the same period, our museums' past and present entanglements with racism and gender biases and legacies of colonialism and socioeconomic inequity had been brought into the open. At this time, too, it became obvious that the museum's role in climate change and the resulting environmental issues could no longer be ignored. Museums throughout the country were being asked, and they continue to be asked, by the public and by their employees to be accountable for their actions and to make changes. In that vein, we should also seriously consider the following questions, which I hope the panels today might begin to address. What is the role of the museum archivist in these critical discussions? How can they position themselves in the future? The theme of our publication, Advocacy, is one we selected and considered paramount long before the present moment. However, there has perhaps never been a time during any of our careers that this topic has been more important. As museums around us rebound after periods of financial hardship, collections are being re-examined and recontextualized, institutional histories and relationships are being acknowledged and questioned, and museums are seeking to engage with diverse communities on new ground. Museum archivists and the archives they steward are essential to this work, and they require constant and sustained advocacy to thrive. Their activities to engage new audiences, as museums endeavor to engage new audiences and examine our world in innovative ways, it is the charge of the museum archives to document not only where museums have been, but to imagine and to help others imagine where it will go. Thank you. I look forward to the panels ahead and to the discussions that we're about to have. Please join me in welcoming Megan Schwenke, who will chair our first session of the day.
Good morning, everyone. I am Megan Schwenke. I am the Senior Archivist Records Manager at the Harvard Art Museum's Archives. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm really excited to get our session started today. So I'm going to introduce the first one. It's entitled Engaging Communities, New Approaches in Museum Archives. This session will explore unique engagement projects that bring museum archives collections directly to a variety of users via interactive storytelling and educational partnerships. Together, the talks will demonstrate ways to expand collection access and connect a range of audiences to history, and will provide insight and ideas to museum archivists seeking to do the same. So our first talk is entitled Brewing History, Integrating Museum Archives into Community Outreach at Southington's Barnes Museum. It's going to be presented by Christina Volpe, curator of the Barnes Museum in Southington, Connecticut. The next talk is Whose Power? Participatory Action Research with Young People in Museum Archives. It will be presented by Abigail Harrison, who is Professor of Art History and Museum Studies at the University of Leeds. And the last talk is entitled History in Their Hands, K-12 Education in the Archives. It will be presented by Marietta Carr, librarian and archivist at the Schenectady County Historical Society in New York. So now I'll invite Christina up to do her presentation. Thank you. Oh, and then we'll do Q&A, all the Q&A at the end.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. All right. So, as she said, my name is Christina Volpe. I'm from a very small museum that you've never heard of. And that is why this is so important today. I have a master's in public history, but my background has been archiving 3 industrial families based here in Connecticut. When I say industrial families, I mean industrialists who built their respective communities and Connecticut's industry between 1860 and 1920. What I found is that there's a bit of a formula with this, and it's all place-based. It's all right in the community. So brewing history, integrating museum archives into community outreach at the Barnes Museum, has largely been about trying to get out so people will come in. And it's been really great for us, so I'm excited to talk to you about it. But first, we need to talk about the Barnes. Eamon Bradley, who's seated there, in Southington, we refer to him as our kingmaker, if we have any Game of Thrones fans in the audience. Eamon Bradley did everything from establish Southington's first bank, to securing water rights, to being a copperhead during the American Civil War. Our collection starts in 1684 and ends in 1973. We've only been a home or a museum, and everything within our collection has belonged to almost every single person up there. We have 72 diaries in our collection, 200 Civil War letters from one person, and to top that all off, nearly 1,000 early American pressed glass goblets. So, if you're thirsty, I have a cup. Come and visit us. When exploring Eamon Bradley's collection, when I first took over the museum during the pandemic, it became very clear to me that he helped establish Southington. And this started very early on after Southington's conception in 1779. Eamon Bradley was born in Southington in 1812 at a farm that is still standing. It's called Bradley Mountain Farm. It's by our apple orchards, and if that doesn't sell it, they still do goat yoga and make goat soap. Tell them I sent you. Now, seeing this really interesting dichotomy between 2 places and knowing how far back our records went, again, I wanted to try to bring people in by going out and doing more place-based history. The Barnes Museum is located in downtown Southington, right off of our green. We have 17 rooms. It's bigger on the inside than it looks on the outside. And this here is just our reception parlor, one of many rooms within there. So with a robust archival collection that I mentioned, right, we also have over 300,000 objects, not including the goblets, in the museum. This is where we're located. You can see up there the Barnes Museum is north. There's a lot happening in downtown Southington. We're not by any means a West Hartford or a New Haven, but certainly for our community, there's a lot of great restaurants to go out to on Center Street, which is our historic Center Street. Eamon Bradley built his first shop there in 1840, which is why his house is so close by. Now, we also hold records of the development of the town green and many of the churches. Why? Well, Eamon Bradley owned it. Most of his business was done in real estate. At one time, he owned over 2,000 acres of Southington land, and he developed it. Throughout his entire life, he lived until he was 92 years old, so he was a busy man. And not only that, but as industrialist families, right, we pass this on to our sons, our grandchildren, et cetera. So the whole family kind of built their empire right in the little map that you're looking at. And this is a picture of our historic Congregational Church, which just turned 300, which the Bradleys paid for the bell, their pews, so connecting that as well to all of the history at the Barnes Museum. Circled here in blue in the upper left-hand corner is the museum, and down here is the 1867 factory that Eamon Bradley had built on land that he owned, the Southington Cutlery Company. What you're seeing here is several factories. Here in Connecticut, we judge our industrialism by what we name our cities. Waterbury is known as the brass city because they made a lot of brass. Bridgeport is the corset city because they made a lot of corsets. Meriden the silver city because they had International Silver Company. Southington is the nut, bolt, and screw town. Explains a lot. Thank you for having me. So the first bolt factory in America was in Southington, and so we really monetized on that. Southington Cutlery Company, though, was envisioned by Eamon Bradley because after the American Civil War, a couple of men in Connecticut got around and said, why did we outsource all of those forks and knives? Why didn't we make them here? So Eamon Bradley actually brings over English cutlers, English immigrants, to settle in this area near the Cutlery Company here. And through that, what do we then need? Housing. Then what do we need? Churches, right? Then what do we need, right? So that I'm just illustrating that this is all kind of connected to the development of our community. And again, very close. Eamon Bradley was known for having his bedroom window open every night. In the diaries, the family says, Papa kept the window open, freezing cold, snow in house. And that's because if the fire alarm were to go off, he wanted to hear it, right? So he cared a lot about the community and developing this business. Now, in our collection, we have everything from the land record that the land was sold on for the Cutlery Company to all of the early advertising. We have the complete Southington Cutlery Company business collection. Yikes, right? On top of everything else I already mentioned. And this had not been processed prior to me coming to the Barnes. So I started to go through the collection, and I just started to see some fascinating things. I personally am a big fan of advertising, from most all periods, American advertising. So I started to find that to be interesting. And then this. So I told you we're the nut, bolt, and screw town. Not pretty, not cute. We don't have a stake to any kind of ornamentation from the aesthetic movement until the discovery of the Britannia department. This is what I refer to as my magic teapot when I speak to second graders. At the Barnes Museum, you can flip it over because it's my teapot. I allow people to touch it. It says Southington Cutlery Company on the bottom. There was a publication in the 1970s, Connecticut Cutlery, and it was all about silver plate manufacturers. This is not mentioned in that book. This Britannia ware department that made this piece of hollowware, which is quadruple silver plated, Google it, it's a whole thing, was in existence for 10 years in a tiny department that on this Sanborn is referred to as the currycomb shop, which is for raking sheep hair. Now, when I discovered this object in our collection, the matching sugar bowl, that's my teapot, but when I discovered the objects in our collection, I just became fascinated with this aesthetic movement pieces that were being made. Southington Cutlery Company, when it was made, he didn't own any of it. He didn't want any of this stuff. Now, why is that? We know it. Because the immigrants that were coming in were now available to afford aesthetic pieces. That's why we call it the aesthetic movement, right? Simple, everyday things are made to look beautiful, right? The design records within our collection indicate that this was to be marketed to this new emerging middle class. So now not only in the archive are we learning about the advertising, we're learning about the makeup of our community, which was extremely important to me. And something that I wanted to project, because never before had it been recorded in the museum's very long history. The Barnes became a museum 50 years ago in 1973, that Eamon Bradley did any of this. So prior to that, what was our narrative? It was like mind-blowing. Anyway, here it is today. Southington Cutlery Company is known today as Factory Square. You may have heard of it because there's Gamecraft, there's Purgatory Coffee Roasters, Hardcore Sweet Cupcakes, Axe Throwing, my driving school, my daughter's dance school. It is an early success story in the 1980s mill revitalization in Connecticut. Now, something that goes along with this, and you can kind of see it here, is Witch Doctor Brewing is in there today. There was an early 2000s tax credit incentive here in the state of Connecticut to revitalize mill buildings by offering incentives to brewers to go in them. Have you ever wondered why breweries are always in old buildings, right? I'm not quite sure the status of that credit today. I was talking to someone at Connecticut SHPO recently, and I think it's kind of morphed into something different. But it really was a great way to get these buildings to bring business into them, because prior to this, there was just like the dance school and the driving school. Once Witch Doctor Brewing went in there, all these other businesses followed. And so now you have Center Street that has all the restaurants, but you also can go here. Now, when I asked the owner, Florian Properties, what they knew about the building, they said, I think they made screws here. But they didn't. They made so much more, right? And they also hired all of our ancestors. We utilize, when we do this program, both objects and archival pieces just to showcase and bring a bit more, spectrum to the program. We bring out a lot of the pieces from the collection that display, this is a piece from the Southington Historical Society, and this is a piece from our collection. So what we also started to do was expand. I should have said earlier that the Southington Barnes Museum is owned by the municipality. So we are funded and owned by the town of Southington, which for me means I'm often in many different departments, but it also means that I have access to municipal archive records as well as Southington Historical Society records. And so to do this program, I kind of reach out and do all of it together and bring other people into it as well. What is also interesting about this is we can trace the history of the factory's name change. The cutlery division, the pretty teapot, was sold to Meriden Britannia Company in the early 1900s. Soon thereafter, it was purchased by International Silver Company, which was buying up all the small silver plate companies. Now, if you were to go talk to a resident from Meriden today, probably ages 40 plus, they would absolutely know what I'm talking about. International Silver continues to make a big impact in that community, especially as we lose some of our grandparents and our elders. The collections often end up on Goodwill and eBay, but at one time, during the dawn of the silver plate and silver era, International Silver was nationally recognized, and they stole our designs. Just kidding, making sure you're awake. So when Southington Cutlery Company changed over, we can now transition and see what was life like for some of the people that lived here at the Southington Hardware Company, because now I'm talking to people whose grandfather, great-grandfather might have worked here, right? If you've said, I live in Southington my entire life, we all want to think that we were like Queen this or Eamon Bradley, right? We want to think we were like that, but many of our ancestors were the people making the screws, right? And that's important, because we tend to forget that when we're just at Witch Doctor trying to have a fun beer. Here's an example again of some of the catalogs that we have in the collection, but importantly, this. A photograph of the workers. Now, the original is a glass plate that is lost, so this is a photocopy of that, but it does show almost exactly where it is today, almost in the image I showed you a couple slides back of the factory today. These are some of the workers. When we do our program, we highlight how young some of them look, so if you want to take a moment to really take a gander there. And we also talk about the makeup of this, who seems to be an immigrant, what roles do you think they're playing? We often discuss this at the museum with our interns and volunteers. We also take this time to discuss the strike. Eamon Bradley was very mad about the strike, obviously, right? He did not want to pay them, they didn't break, they fired the entire department. Yeah, It's a whole other program. But we have both Eamon Bradley's diaries discussing that, newspaper articles that he clipped from that, right, as well as his payroll ledgers saying X, X, X through the gentlemen's that were deciding to protest and strike. Now, when we do our program, we also talk about real people, and we do census record research outside of the museum to bring this to life. So it's a mixture of storytelling as well. Timothy Kane was a young man who worked at the factory. I'll read it briefly here. He had his left arm broken above the elbow Friday morning. He was trying to play a game on a shopmate, and his arm was caught in the machinery. He's 13 years old. Wonder why that was a bad idea. But we go from there while we're in the building discussing this history, because we're at Factory Square when we're talking about this, to show a photograph from the Barnes Museum collection of Timothy Kane. Now, the back of this, it's a little like scrunched together, but he's either the gentleman all the way on the right or the one next to him. And I'm sure I don't have to tell anyone here working in archives that sometimes that can be a bit tricky. But Timothy Kane is here pictured in the drum corps in Southington. This is a photograph from our collection. Later on, maybe he was traumatized, he quit the factory. He opens up a barber shop in Southington, and he continues to work there well into his 70s. So we pluck someone from the narrative to bring them to life, so that people can better understand what it was like to be in the room that they're sitting in. Now, what is History Pints? History Pints is a pint of history and a pint of beer. Good morning. So we have two industrial sites in Southington that are now breweries. One is what I showed you, Southington Cutlery Company, which is Factory Square today. And the other is Kinsman Brewing Company, which is now Clark Bolt Factory. When I first proposed this idea, it's because I found the cutlery collection, and I just needed to tell someone. And I decided, well, I have to tell it in the building where it happened, right? And so I went down and I talked to a couple of the business owners, and they were about it, but they were hesitant. So they did it, I believe it was a Thursday. Yeah, it was a Thursday night. They was like, all right, we'll take a chance on you. Because here's the other thing. I was like, I don't have money to pay you guys. I'm so sorry, right? We all know that. So please, like, let me do this for free, and let me ask for a $10 donation at the door, right? I'm just asking for a lot. But they put out, I think we put out about like 35, 40 chairs, and we were like, yeah, that's gonna be great. We had 85 people. We were bumping. I was terrified. You can see it in my face. So, you know, we have this little setup here. It's a brewery, so like they have this stage that's ready for like a band. You've got me and like my PowerPoint. People are coming in very hesitant. Is this a history lecture? Absolutely. You know, but I try to make it a bit more dimensional, right? They're not here for a lecture. They're here about their local history. They're intrigued by the fact that these teapots were made there. And you can kind of see some of the collection there. Now, we did this first one, and it became very popular. People really liked it. So diving into the collection again, I said, let me do a bit more. Selfishly, industrialism is the period that I study, right? So I was like, let me dive in. Well, Eamon Bradley was a stockholder at Clark Brothers Bolt Company. So we also have about 200 pieces of ephemera related to the Clark Brothers Bolt Company from its conception in 1851 to its move in 1900. Clark Brothers was the cornerstone of the Milldale community in Southington. Milldale, named aptly after all the mills that were there, right along a body of water. When Clark Brothers was made, it really was that reason why we're known as the bolt town. It took over from the first bolt manufacturer I mentioned. So this was important because it was, again, important to the development of a neighborhood. But what else was cool was I was researching, and the man who built Clark Brothers had gold rush fever in 1849. Whoa. And within our collection was a snippet of the diary of Captain Montague of the ship that took him to San Francisco. Entirely digitized online at UPenn, I was able to read every single day of their journey and then bring that to History Pints. Now, beyond this, we try to go out and talk about other sites as well. We have walking tours now. History Pints has become a pint of ice cream, a pint of coffee. You can really do a lot with it. I suggest, really exploring that. But for example, this is off of the town green. This is Emma Bradley's house. She was pictured in the first photo, right? We want to make sure that we're showing people how connected the museum is, but also how accessible the museum is to knowing their own history. And we do that, again, by going out so people will come in. Another great example. When we do our walking tours, we enter these buildings as well. We plan with the community members to allow people to go into the buildings. That's a big part of it. I fervently believe that if you can touch it, you might feel more empathy for it, right? And if you feel empathy for it, you might feel that you should protect it. I talk often to my staff about the 3 Ps. Tilden probably had another one, but preserve, promote, protect, right? If one falters, the preservation, we better be promoting and protecting, right? And that's what this program is about, because in Southington, we've had a lot of development. And a lot of buildings go down, a lot of things changed. And the whole reason why the Barnes was given to the Southington in 1973 was to sustain. And as a smaller institution, if we aren't doing this type of outreach, we will not. I've been told several times, the town can't sustain the museum forever. Oh God, right? I'll give you a reason not to. We have since done this many, and we have never had less than 110 people at each and every one. Clark Brothers, which is the Kinsman Brewing Company, has a great event hall, probably about the size of this, if not a little smaller. But we get people that come and they get drinks, they get food, and they get an hour of me talking at them. Thank you. Sorry, there's no drinks or food here. So we've explored all of these topics. Milldale's past, the war years, that was a big one. We had 130 people at that one, and it was hot. The Cutlery Company, again, we went back there. And we did Clark Brothers Bolt Co. twice. I did Gold Rush, and then I did the period after the Gold Rush to today. And these are some photos from what that room looks like. Now, since we've done this program, there's been some interest across the state in developing similar programs. I've seen Hops in History. So I really wanted to come here to discuss it because it really is a great idea, and I do encourage you to try it. This had me partnering with local businesses. It had me partnering with community members and local leaders, and it brought people into our museum. Visitors to the museum have gone up by, I believe it's 102% in the last 6 months. We are only open Wednesday through Friday and select Saturdays with a robust schedule, including archaeology in our backyard in June. You'll have to check us out. But during that time, we've seen people coming in, and that's the whole goal. If I go out, you'll come in. Now, if you want to read more about the Cutlery Company and also how we went ahead and put an online exhibit component to this, ConnecticutHistory.org, which is run by Connecticut Humanities, is kind of a clearinghouse of all of Connecticut history. It's a really great place. I've got a couple articles on there, but this is where Southington Cutlery Company now lives. And we get emails often saying, hey, I was at Goodwill and I found this teapot. And that's just great for us because that is what it's all about, is making a name for the Barnes Museum so that it can be remembered, so it can be protected, should it ever need to be. Thank you. I don't know if I... okay.
Thank you ever so much. What an amazing start. I feel I have to be really performative now to keep up. Hello, everybody. Thank you very, very, very much for inviting me here today. Thank you to SAA and to the Yale Centre for British Art. Thank you, Rachel, Susan, and thank you, Megan, for chairing our session. It was really, really grateful to it. I feel like an outsider, but I would say I have run for the last 11 years a training programme for registrars in the UK that I talk a lot at the European Registrars Conference about. And always there I feel like an outsider. So thank you for welcoming me into your room today. And I just wanted to say, while I am today speaking for the group with their permission and they've looked at the PowerPoints and everything, I really wish they were here with me, and I just had a message saying they're really jealous. So no pressure, they want to come back. So today I'm going to be talking about Whose Power? Energy Change in the Home, which opened at Leeds City Museum in January 2024. This exhibition is part of a participatory action research project with a group of diverse and neurodivergent 14 to 24-year-olds from the city. Starting with the questions raised in my co-edited book, In a New Light, Histories of Women and Energy, the group have worked in the Leeds City Museum Gallery archives and special collections at the University of Leeds, exploring together museum archives and objects that have not previously been used to tell the histories of energy. And it's facilitated critical conversations about who had and has the power to influence energy change. So this is part of a fellowship, and my fellowship explores the benefits of co-producing energy history research with young people in museum archives. By collaboratively researching the histories of women in energy to co-produce a critical reinterpretation of domestic objects in Leeds Museums and Galleries collections and recipe books in the large designated collection, special collections at the University of Leeds, we aim to effectively facilitate a public conversation via an exhibition, a podcast, and digital classroom resources on who has the power to make decisions that need to be made to create the post-carbon home of the 21st century. The fellowship aims to develop my research leadership in energy history through the co-production of research with young people. And it's founded on a 25 plus years, probably 30 actually, of working together with Leeds Museums and Galleries to deliver educational engagement activities and teaching. I developed the Masters in Art Gallery and Museum Studies and the Masters in Arts Management and Heritage Studies at the University of Leeds. And as I said, I developed a registrar training programme. And I've led on cultural partnerships in Leeds, particularly during my 10-year tenure as the Deputy and then Head of the School of Fine Art, History of Art and Cultural Studies, and successfully delivered the first Memorandum of Understanding between the University and our city museums and galleries. But I have never previously consolidated my research expertise in the histories of the 19th century home and my leadership in educational engagement. And I've not previously produced research with the communities that I most want to learn from and impact, young people living in Leeds. So a little bit about the research context to this. The Art Journal claimed in 1888 that one of the pressing questions of the day is how to turn to good account the energies and capabilities of the vast body of women who have no work to do and are yet anxious for employment. At the end of the 19th century, the politics of suffrage were increasingly being linked to a demand for a woman's right to work and a right to influence consumer decisions. And yet when we look to the written histories of energy of this period, they are still overwhelmingly focused on men. While men have held pride of place in the histories of designing, inventing, financing, building, engineering, and maintaining industrial energy systems, my research has explored the less familiar role of women energy professionals and the housewives they advised on energy supply, use, and fittings in the late 19th century home. And I propose that exploring the history of energy through gender, specifically women, and doing this thinking through objects and archives traditionally associated with the home, opens up new ways of thinking and challenges some of the long-held historiographic and teleological assumptions in the discipline of energy history. But that's not the important bit. This is the important bit. For this fellowship, and all the photographs, by the way, are part of the project, because obviously with participatory research, we're consistently documenting everything we do to try and work out what it is we are doing. We have a lot of photos of a crisp in the UK called Pringles. You probably have Pringles here. A lot of our work is based around Pringles. I haven't put those photos in here today, but for the fellowship, I'm working with Leeds Museum's established youth collective, the Preservative Party, and we are co-producing research founded in the numerous objects and texts in the Leeds collections that represent the histories of energy, but are rarely interpreted as such, and never from the point of view of women influencing energy decisions. Building on the Preservative Party's award-winning work to explore the overlooked histories of museum objects, we ask why it is important to understand how energy transformations were affected and often led by women in their homes. What can we learn from historic and social and gendered drivers for change at a moment when we all need to transition to a post-carbon energy supply? How does co-production empower young people, often our contemporary leaders in climate activism, to build new skills that enable them to be more effective environmental activists and youth curators? In previous work, I completed historic research in archives. I then used it to produce museum interpretations. I then went and engaged visitors to learn how or if this prompted them to consider contemporary domestic energy decisions. This is completely different. Co-production is aiming at empowering the group to lead a public, national, and international conversation on our own individual power to make the vital decisions that will produce the post-carbon home, in a way that engages a diversity of voices in both process and outcomes. By co-curating the educational outcomes, our focus is on continuing to develop the young people's agency in the way that education in heritage spaces is conceived and delivered in Leeds. So when I first joined the group in January 2023, I had asked a previous version of the group 2 years previously, whether I could submit the application, but we only asked them, we didn't introduce them to me because we didn't know we were going to get the money, we didn't want to raise hopes, etc. So I suddenly appeared in January 2023 and went, hello, I'm Professor Abigail. What can I do with you? They were about to launch Overlooked, an exhibition in Leeds Museum's large temporary exhibition space. It's a massive space at the top of the museum. This work was developed out of the 12 years that the group has existed, and learning from the processes that turned the group from a more traditional, middle-class, white group of volunteers to the diverse, challenging, and challenged group we work with today. The ambition was to explore overlooked stories and objects in the collections in Leeds. 3 weeks before the exhibition, as I've been told subsequently, it probably was going to open empty in darkened spaces, and the facilities were comfortable with that. With this group, it's about their energy, their time, their process. So if nothing happens, it doesn't happen, and we embrace that and we deal with that. But ultimately, that didn't happen. Phew. It was a massively successful and important show. Using themes such as gender, race, sexuality, homelessness, neurodivergence and disability, identity, trans rights, for example, it challenged audiences and the museum to think differently, and has led to the museum changing access policies and accessioning in new objects. It won 3 national prizes and was shortlisted for the EuroCities Award. And it led to a very different first 6 months to my project than I had ever planned. But it helped me build trust, learn about the group, learn with the group, let them learn about me, build trust in me. And it also enabled me to go with them to places like the British Museum when they were shortlisted for the Marsh Award, and to learn their stories as we travelled on trains and as we walked across the city, and become much more integrated before we actually started work on our project. And overarchingly, and I've asked their permission to say this to you today, it led to my realisation that what linked this group of young people, amazing young people, was that they'd all had traumatic relationships to education, had fallen out of education in different ways. And that's really funded the project. And all the objects, there's many more, and I have bought some photographic copies of the exhibition if anybody wants to see, but I'm just giving you some examples from today. By the way, the buttercup yellow was chosen by Sammy in the group as the backdrop, and it turned out to be one of the most accessible colours to put black onto, and it just makes everything zing with energy, so we absolutely love that. We've used yellow everywhere now. So one of the first parts of the project was to work together in the Discovery Centre in Leeds to choose our objects. The Discovery Centre, for those of you who don't know it, is an open access storage centre. So Leeds is one of the biggest regional museum services, in fact I think it's the biggest in the UK, run by the local council. It comprises 2 country house museums, a city museum, a city art gallery, a social history museum, a medieval cathedral, and 2 industrial museums. And it also has the Discovery Centre, which houses every object that cannot be shown in the other museums. So it's like a cabinet of curiosities that you go into. And so our first job was to find the domestic objects that we wanted to use. We decided we wanted to do cooking, cleaning, and washing. So it's washing machines, hoovers, and cookers. And most of these objects were hidden under the shelves. When we went down to photograph them and worked together with our photographer, Andy, who's done all these images, we spent the day filthy, dragging objects out from under shelves, covered in oils, because these objects aren't valued, either because they're too big or because they represent the everyday. And so our whole part of our project was to use these photographs to revalue these objects and to get a conversation going about what do they mean, how do they tell us about NG histories. So museum displays that deal with the history of science and technology often present it as an objective, unproblematic, without context and separated in disciplines, and rarely talk about the domestic or gender. There is an urgent need to rethink the way we work with communities to produce scientific and historical knowledge and exhibitions. By co-producing new interdisciplinary interpretations of objects and archives that have not traditionally represented the histories of science and energy, this project aims to innovatively bring together the development of cultural and science capital needed to take an active and effective role in urgent debates around the environment and our individual roles in shaping the future. I do recognise that cultural capital is a problematic term, and I could do a whole lecture about that, but it's something that's used a lot in the education system in the UK at the moment, so it's something that we've been thinking a lot together. I'm not going to read the questions out, but they are with me today if you want to look at them, because these are their questions, or these are Tay's questions, and this is Tay in the top slide, and this is Tay's Ma, who came to the opening of the exhibition. Exploring together archives and objects has facilitated critical conversations about who had and has the power to influence energy change, and change more broadly. While the diversity of the group led them to very much question what my research on 19th century white middle-class women had to do with them, working the archives together has allowed the group to structure their project around wider definitions of power. And I want to just briefly talk about the ethics process, because it's been a real eye-opener to me about how we did that. Because obviously, when I got the research funding, the first thing I did was I went to the University Ethics Committee and I wrote the ethics application, and I had the ethics application approved. But I realized right from the beginning, and I realize so much more now, that ethics with participatory research has to be an iterative, tentative, and constantly revisited process. And the ethics process with Tay led to these questions. Tay has again given me permission to talk to you about this today, because Tay, when I first joined the group, was one of the group that really sat back and didn't really want to get involved, as was their best friend, Ray, who then went on and developed our amazing zine and led a zine workshop. I have about a few of these to have for you today as my gift to you all. But these are amazing zines that the whole group produced about their story. And they used the zine collection in the feminist collection and special collections at the University of Leeds to think about how zines have always been used as protest documents right the way back to the 1400s or something like that. It was amazing. But Tay, who we see here in the image, really wanted to step back and think about it and didn't do ethics with me at the January until the middle of April in Leeds, and we're hoping it will go elsewhere. But these are the way cakes that were baked by Grace and myself with small domestic objects on the top, because we felt it was important to feed everybody at our opening. It was located in the City Museum's community corridor, and this sits at the heart of the Leeds story. These are the permanent spaces that tell the story of Leeds from geological beginnings through the great industrial period of growth to the present day. And as you can imagine, these are spaces that are about great industrial change, the great men of the city. It's very, very didactic, really interesting, great objects. But it means that when our visitors then encountered our corridor, it led to quite an interesting moment of change, because in our corridor, they were looking at domestic objects and they were being asked questions. And we have and are continuing to discuss the problem of audience reactions to a research-led exhibition that aims to challenge and question rather than provide answers. We're starting to think about audience perceptions of participatory projects, going right back to Nina Simon's work on the Participatory Museum, when they said in 2010, how do we have conversations with museum audiences about this sort of work? And we're continuing to think about that and evaluate that within the exhibition. So we practice deep hanging out methods together, and we've talked to our audiences, and we're going through a further grant application to really think about this question about audience perception. And apparently it's also because I'm not allowed to leave the group now, which I take as a massive compliment. And I do see this as being the rest of my career until I fall over. So, what are we doing? Well, now we've done the exhibition. We're looking at locating that elsewhere. We're producing, as I say, a podcast. We're producing educational resources that will be disseminated on mylearning.org, a digital platform for free national curriculum and learning in the UK, with resources from arts and cultural and heritage organisations, and that will give some in the group a chance to work on educational resources, which is really important given their own background in education. And what has the project revealed so far? Well, it's revealed the need for sustained engagement with diverse youth communities that enables them to be participants in policy decisions. And that's something that Leeds Museums and Galleries have been really brave on, have really thought very carefully about how do we learn from working in this group. It's not one-off projects, it's 12 years of informing the practice of Leeds Museums and Galleries. And I think that was also important with my project. I didn't reinvent the wheel. I went and worked with a group who are already in existence, and I think it's really important. So much of this work is done by museum archivists, curators, learning and outreach teams. Academics, we're lucky. We get to write about it and talk about it, and I get to come to Yale. But it's really, really important that we find better ways of sharing this work. And when you're running a museum, you don't have the time to do that. So that's why these sorts of projects are important. It's revealed through the process of developing and delivering a mentor program as part of my ambition in the original application to structure the structuralist, which is a theme that comes from a cooperative project in Leeds feminist organisations in the 1970s, where they were talking about how do you create devolved power structures without leaving everybody lost. So I designed a mentoring program. And then we found out we couldn't pay the mentors how we wanted to because the system didn't allow us to do that. So our mentors, our 3 senior mentors who are amazing on the project, have to become freelancers and they have to invoice us. So they're having to learn about that. But one of the things that came out of Overlooked is they're being asked all the time to volunteer their knowledge at conferences, in events. They spoke to the Museums Association in the UK, for example. These are young people who are struggling in an economic environment in the UK that's really challenging at the moment, in a cultural environment where there's no money. So how did they also find a future for themselves as freelancers and consultants? How did they learn and use their knowledge to go out and build an employment and a career through that? And that's something that we're going to be looking at in our next project and testing and exploring. And also, for the majority of this group, they don't have the educational qualifications that would allow them to walk into our world. They are absolutely blocked because of their experience. It's the problem of the way the UK education funding system works at the moment. So how do we overcome that? So we're exploring that and we're looking at ways and we need to continue working on that. The exhibition feedback has showed the need to speak with audiences at the museum about the power of participation in different and more effective ways. I think we are all doing many more projects like this, but for a general visitor to the museum, how do we communicate that? How do we engage? These sorts of projects have to work at a small scale. You can't work at a bigger scale than the work because of how embedded they have to be and how much trust has to be built. But how do we have those conversations more broadly? We've thought about the fact that we need to value the expertise of diverse communities and address the issues of education and qualifications as barriers to our sector. We've thought about the fact that we need to embed the understanding of major change. For example, using participatory practices and the proliferation of co-produced work to ask questions about how do you do this. I am very lucky, I get to review applications all the time in my role. Every single application I think I read at the moment talks about co-curation, co-design, participation, and yet I can see there's some amazing projects, and there are also projects where people don't understand the time, energy, the ethics, the safeguarding, the trust, and the problem of all those sort of work. So how do we build in time? It's really important, but obviously short grants, short funding doesn't allow for time and development. We need to foster the understanding, thank you, about the power and potential of diversifying voices in museums and archives while recognising the challenges that this brings and the trust, ethics, and safeguarding required to do such work. And we need to be able to communicate collaboratively to share this work nationally and internationally. Already, one of the group did a keynote presentation at a big conference of librarians and archivists in the UK. It was amazing doing it together. I would love them to be here today. We've been invited to our School of Education at the University of Leeds to talk together about participation. I'm hyper alert. I don't want to speak on their behalf. I want them here speaking with me. And so my final statement today is they'd like you to all know that their wish, their biggest wish, is to come to Yale and talk to you all about their project. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you all for having me. I'm Marietta, I'm the librarian and archivist at the Schenectady County Historical Society. I'm going to very briefly introduce my organization and then dig into what we've been doing with our K-12 education program and the archives and museum. So this is a map of New York. Schenectady County is the bit in red. We are geographically the second smallest county outside of the New York City metro area. Traditionally and ancestrally, it's the land of the Mohawks and the Mohicans, and the Mohawk River is the main river area in that section. The Historical Society, our mission statement, as you can see, but we try to pack a lot of history into our small area, and I think we do a good job of capturing as much of the history as we can. But in particular, we have 3 sites, the museum and library where I work, and then Maybe Farm Historic Site, which is the oldest still existing farmstead in the Mohawk Valley. It dates back to 1705. And then the Brower House Creative and that is one of the oldest surviving houses in the city of Schenectady, which is the largest city in Schenectady County. It's the only city in Schenectady County. And the Brower House, it was a historic house for many years, and then we've turned it into a creative artisan space. And in particular, we try to do a lot of like interactive of things regarding integrating our history and the community. And education is one of the ways that we develop our interactive components. And as you can see from these pictures, we really emphasize hands-on history. We have a lot of models, we have a lot of tools that are in our education collection that students, particularly fourth graders, can come and actually use the equipment that was used on the farm. Most of our education happens out at Mabee Farm. The Schenectady History Museum, we also do field trips there, and that's our exhibit spaces. We have rotating exhibits that we try to design components for education related to that. And then walking tours of the historic district, the neighborhood around the Schenectady Museum. And sometimes we try to do other walking tours in downtown Schenectady as well. Mike Diana is our full-time educator, and he kind of co-wrote this with me. He has been the director of education, or he's been at the Historical Society for 7 years. He's now the director of education, and he's been growing our education programs, in particular trying to grow programs that cover all grade levels. So we've got, it's primarily fourth graders because that's the state and local history curriculum, but we've been growing especially up into the high school area. And working also on growing our in-class presentations or in-class education offerings as well. So again, primarily we do field trips, but Mike has been working to add in-class and in-school programs as well. So, by the way, Mike's the one in the red plaid shirt. And we didn't plan this, but our outfits did kind of coordinate that day. So also I should point out that the guy next to Mike is John Ackner. He's our blacksmith, so we have a professional, he's our facilities manager as well. We have a pretty small staff overall. There's only 5 of us on staff as total, and we all kind of cover our own areas. John's our facilities manager / blacksmith. And then the other guy is Bill Buell, who's the county historian, and that's one of the things we try to do as my job as the librarian and archivist is to really maintain relationships with our local historians, our municipal historians, to try and build up that component because they are also involved in the community in a lot of different ways. And one thing about the Historical Society that I forgot to mention at the beginning was we are not part of the government at all. We're not funded by any, we're not established as part of any municipal, state, or county government, so we're completely separate from them. But maintaining good relationships with our local historians is a big part of my job. The collection, it's museum archives, like many of you, our collection started as like niche research interests from local historians. In particular, our collection focused primarily on Dutch colonial history in New York, and then became a genealogy library for many years. And over the last 15 or so years, we've really tried to broaden our collecting scope and do more with what we have, in particular recataloging so that our descriptions are more appropriate and informative and reparative, and doing preservation work so that our collections are more touchable. And digitization, we're trying to do more with putting things out there online where people are more likely to find them. 2 of these is New York Heritage, which is a statewide online repository, and History Forge, which is a brand new thing that we're doing. And it's basically a mapping project. We're taking historic maps and overlaying them onto a live modern map. So you can actually see how things geo-rectify and sync up, so you can see where all of the maps relate. So, archives and education collaboration. This really started, so I've been at the Historical Society for 5 years. This started right after I got there by sort of happenstance, where there was a teacher trainer who was doing a professional development workshop for one of the local high schools, and she asked, say, hey, is there anything I could take with me to that training workshop? And Maya was like, I'm brand new here and I don't know anything, but let's figure it out. So then it became this question of, more and more Mike has heard, and I was familiar with this from previous jobs, but teachers struggling with using primary sources in their classroom. It's something I'm sure you've all heard as well. Basically, they know they should. In some cases, they have to because of the state curricula or the local curricula standards. But a lot of times, the sentiment that they've come to us with is they either don't know where to find the primary sources that they want, or they don't know enough about the context to feel comfortable, like they're not using them effectively, or the kids just don't, they're just not into it. They're not really getting to them the way they think that they really should in order for the kids to really understand and use it, again, to the standard that they're trying to use it towards. And so this is kind of where we started thinking about a museum archives, and specifically our museum archives, that has such an emphasis on local history and things, and that combining that with our education programs and the hands-on aspect of our education programs, and where we could make that work together to support our local teachers. So these are kind of the goals that we set for ourselves. This wasn't like we sat down and had a meeting and we're like, this is what we're gonna do. This was sort of like just going back and forth, talking it out, trying things a little bit here and there, trying different things with different classes, with different teachers, and so sort of coming up with an overall thought process rather than having an actual, like, this is what we're gonna do. So firstly, we had to kind of address some of the challenges, and the main one is space. So the library is not very big. That's the library on the middle there. The library is not big enough for a class. It's not really big enough for, I mean, it's big enough for researchers and volunteers and processing and me if I schedule everything really carefully. Adding a 20-person class was not happening. So one of the things we thought about was, well, Maybe Farm. Like, Maybe Farm is meant for classes, right? But then most of what we do at Maybe Farm is outside, in the barn, in the tool shed, in the blacksmith shop. I'm not taking my archival documents there, right? So we do have a classroom space at Maybe Farm, but again, that's kind of a modular space, so it's not always available for the classes that are coming, or we have to make it set up the way we need it to be set up in order to do archival work. And then we also have this room here, which is our map gallery as part of the museum, and we can also turn this into a modified classroom space. So this is another option for how we do this. But that also then leads to another challenge, which I'll address later in a moment. But timing and coordination, adding an archival element, and especially a hands-on archival element to education, requires a lot more timing and coordination, especially because, again, we are a very small staff. It's just me and Mike and a handful. We have a great volunteer set, which I'll get into in a minute, but we still have to do all of the things that we normally do and this, right? This wasn't like in place of something else. This was adding to what we were already doing. So this coordination part, especially, we're spread out across multiple properties. It's not like we're even in the same building at any given time. So we do a lot of email and text messaging. Then selecting the archival materials. So if the idea is the library can't accommodate the classes, so we have to take the archival materials away and move them out somewhere. So they have to be transportable. They have to be in good condition. They have to be legible. They have to be things that we can work with for the classes that we're working with. And that there's a couple of different levels to that. There's what is the class? What is the topic that the class is studying? How does this fit into the class's overall structure? It's not like, again, there's some different curriculums that we're working with and different teachers that we're working with, and choosing the right documents can be a bit tricky. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And appropriate handling, again, can we even take them out of the archives? Are they safe to handle in different settings, but also by different people who may not have ever handled a 300-year-old document before, and who might be a little scared to handle a 300-year-old document, and who might also be bored and want to like take out their pen and doodle on things. So those are all things that we have to consider in how to prepare for the classes, but also how to think about the different classes and how to make sure that we're engaging them so that no one feels like they do have to take their pen out and start doodling on the 300-year-old document. Volunteer support. So this is, again, part of timing and coordination, is that we have a lot of really excellent volunteers, but their schedules don't always line up with the schedule that the classes are set. And in my case in particular, I have excellent volunteers who, about a third of my volunteers are retired school librarians. So their background before they even came to me was working with students. And that has been really key to making this work, for no other reason than they can give you the hairy eyeball like nobody's business. Like, they can make sure if they see someone's attention wandering, they're on it. But then teacher engagement as well. So this is unlike a lot of field trips or a lot of classes where there's like a guest speaker and the teacher can kind of like step back and just be an observer. The teachers actually have to be involved in this as well, because they know their students and they know where this fits in their overall class structure. And that's a big question of, again, choosing the right documents. So we can't just be like, oh, here's your topic. Let me pull out all the great documents that I have about this topic and then walk into the classroom and they have no idea what I'm talking about, right? Teachers have to, there's a bit of a back and forth that the teachers have to commit to with us. So some of the strategies that we've done to address those challenges. One, I talked about adjusting the spaces and making sure that we've got the right space for what we're doing with, but that's also related to this two-pronged approach. One is structured or hands-on activities where they can actually touch the documents and get to know the documents directly. And it's not just documents, it's photos, it's pieces of art. We do a variety of materials. I use documents as sort of like a shortcut for all things archival, but as you know, that can mean many different formats. And then we also do context presentations, but the key here is to keep the context presentations, the lecture part, really short and just enough to get them where they need to be so that they feel comfortable handling the materials and get them talking, right? So that's a big part of it as well, is the small group discussions. So reproductions of original materials. That's really want them to handle the originals as much as possible, but especially when you're talking about a large group, sometimes it's easier to have reproductions as well so that everyone gets enough time with the documents and gets enough time looking at the documents, and you don't have anyone who's kind of monopolizing the original. So this also includes transcriptions. So for a lot of the documents that we use, we include a copy of a transcription so that, again, the students have time to interact with both the original and the format that the original is in and the challenges of the original, but then also can have a gateway into the content, and the transcription is really beneficial for that. As well as the context presentations. Those two things kind of go together to get the students into the content without being scared of the original. And the small groups discussions and the worksheets, these are familiar to them. So students, that's what they do a lot in classes. They have worksheets, they fill out their worksheet, they have a little chat about it, and then the teacher kind of goes over it with them and gives them the answers, or generates the discussion more broadly or redirects the discussion more broadly based off of the worksheet and the discussions. So you're taking something that's really unfamiliar, like a 300-year-old indenture record, and coupling it with something that's more familiar that they know they can do because they do it in class all the time. So those two things really help. The other thing we do is an after-program debrief with staff, volunteers, and the teacher whenever possible. And this is really helpful, again, because those first goals or thought components, we're not really setting out like, this is what we're going to do. This is, we've tried something, how did it work, what can we do better? And especially for the different teachers and the different classes that we're working with, sometimes it just depends on the day of the week and whether the class is really into it, or if they all had gym beforehand and they're ready for a nap now. And that's something that we don't know, but the teacher might be able to give us a little bit of context to figure out. Or in also some cases, it's a matter of movement. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. So our hands-on activities are the library petting zoo, document interrogation, context clues, primary, secondary, or both. So the idea here is library petting zoo is they are touching the originals. They are getting a chance to actually pet the documents. And I think people always think that's such a strange thing to say, but we have goats at the farm and we have chickens at the farm and they have a petting area for the farm. So this kind of matches, again, what we're already kind of doing with our education program. But the idea here is that they're not just getting handed a document and saying, here's your document, tell me about it, let's work on it together. This is, here's a group of documents, get to know them, and then we're gonna have a conversation about them a bit more. And in a lot of cases, we can mix things up a bit. So there are, especially getting to that idea of hard histories and things that, in particular, like the history of slavery and enslaved people in New York, things that are a bit surprising to them. Like a lot of students don't realize, and a lot of teachers don't realize, just how prevalent slavery was in New York, and just how messy the end of slavery was in that 1799 through 1827, 1830s, 1840s time period, just how messy it was and how it wasn't such a well, we had slavery and then we stopped, that kind of thing. When you pull out the documents and you mix the materials up a bit and you're looking at a slave bill from 1827, when there shouldn't have been a slave bill in 1820, a bill of sale for an enslaved person in 1827 that should not exist, and yet it does. And then you put that next to a letter from 1761 with a free black man writing a letter on behalf of his enslaved mother. Again, these things that shouldn't exist, the way people, and the way especially students think about slavery, it really makes an impact on how they approach the topic and then generate the discussion later. The document interrogation is also, some people call it a document analysis, and it's, again, we go really in depth into the who, what, where, when, and why of the documents, and this, again, where the worksheets come out and people are much more comfortable with the worksheets, but then we always build into a discussion and building up. Okay. So these are some examples of where we've implemented these practices, and then here are the results. So we've had schools returning every year, and in particular, there are some schools that have come and increased the number of field trips that they've done with us because of the archival component, and because of the way we've introduced the documents to their classes. We've also been asked by the New York State Archives Partnership Trust to be the Capital Region's Digitization and Knowledge Center, to kind of serve as an example for the region for this kind of material. And then we've also redefined our digitization priorities, again, to create more documents that can be more accessible to teachers in classes, but also have things like transcriptions and reproductions that we can use in our classroom components. Thank you very much, and thank you to the conference organizers.
So I'm going to invite the session one panelists back up, please, and we're going to do a Q&A. Hello. Any questions from the audience? I can get us started. Christina, I really liked the way you characterized outreach. You have to go out to get people to come in. And so then one of the things that struck me through all three of the presentations was this thread of partnership and collaboration, and the going out in many cases meant collaborating with local businesses and school groups and educators and schools. And I just wondered if you could each talk a little bit about how those collaborations and those partnerships, how you initiated those. You know, if other museum archivists are thinking, oh, I want to do something like this, what advice would you give them in starting out?
Shoot your shot. Like, don't be nervous about it, because it's likely that a lot of these small businesses are trying to do the same thing, right? We had a new laundromat open in Southington. I went to the opening, and I talked to them about the history of the building. And they didn't know that in 1900, according to our directory, which is at the Barnes Museum in our collection, that this was a Chinese laundry, Southington's first Chinese laundry, right? So that was fascinating. I don't think we're doing history pints there, but, you know, so just showing up, being there, and taking that risk and not being afraid to do so, to be rejected. Because I've been rejected by a couple of businesses that don't want our free program, you know, that we're not paying to be there for. And that's okay, because then I've seen them come to other ones. And so some of that has kind of worked in our favor. So shoot your shot, just try it.
Great question. Partnership is everything. And I think the first thing is, as I said, not to reinvent the wheel. So many museums, archivists, you know, I think it's the bad part of academia, where we're told to do these projects and we make up, you know, as academics, we're supposed to teach and make money through grant. And then you go out and so many times I see, particularly in the UK, because we have a thing called the impact agenda. So we are measured in terms of our public impact in our work, which is great. I mean, before the impact agenda, I was considered a failed academic because I didn't write enough books, because I didn't want to. I wanted to be out working and teaching. I became an academic because I like teaching. My first job was working in high security prisons teaching. And the impact agenda has really helped me to reframe what it is we do together and why this matters, why research matters. And I think it's ridiculous to say, having been at the university 30 years, that suddenly I've now realised why research matters because of the work that I'm doing with the Preservative Party. But don't reinvent the wheel. Work together in partnership. It sounds obvious with the word partnership, but it's really important. I've learned so much from the facilitators of the group, from the education outreach team, from the registrars, from the museum archivists, from the curators. I realised after 30 years of running a programme in museum studies, I'd forgotten how to create an exhibition, how to work in archives. I'd spent my whole life going, how do I do this? And, you know, and I think it's learning the skills in the room. And I think that structure of the structuralist model is so important in the fact that any project starts with someone going, shall we do this? But then it's about working out who's with you and how you learn from them, so we all have a part to play, because there's such an amazing community of experience out there. And trust, you know, and I suppose with my work, one of the biggest learning things is it's difficult work, and taking that time to reflect on how you feel in that space and recognizing that it can't be at your speed. So my work plan, oh, it was so impressive. We were going to have everything done in the first 2 months. You know, some weeks we do nothing because someone's had a really bad week and we just need to work on that. So yeah, deadlines are an interesting one. So being flexible, being patient, working together, trusting each other, learning from each other's skills, knowing everybody in the room is an expert, and how do we borrow from that expertise?
Yes, similarly, so working with Mike, our director of education, he already had some relationships with teachers that we could build off of, but also it was just putting it out there as, hey, this is something we do, is this something you would be interested in? And also, again, teachers are experts in their own realm, but they are unfamiliar with archives. They don't know what I do. They don't know what my collection is. And in fact, if they walk into the library, they think, oh, this is just like the public library, because I have stacks of books that that some of the books are at the public library and they feel very comfortable there. But then I take them down to the basement and it's just like miles of vaults, boxes and documents in sleeves and they just aren't familiar. They aren't familiar with finding aids. They aren't familiar with, so the idea of their expertise is on engaging their students. My expertise is on finding the document that fits what they're trying to teach and having that conversation and really breaking it down and recognizing the time involved. That's the other big thing, is this takes a lot more time than I think anyone really realizes, and the teachers have no time at all, and Mike has no time at all, and I have to make time to bridge the gaps between us.
Thank you. I see a question in the back. There's a mic runner coming your way.
Hi. How did you prioritize the digitization? Because that was interesting to me.
That was for me, right? Yeah, okay. So we've had a robust digitization program since the previous librarian, an archivist. Volunteers who want to work on digitization, I can teach anyone how to digitize. Like anyone who comes to me knowing what a mouse is, that's the baseline. As long as they know what a mouse is, I can teach you how to digitize. And again, the volunteers that I come with, they do have their own skills, they do have their own expertise that they're coming with. It's just a matter of teaching them how we do things in this particular library as opposed to the library they may have worked at before, or that they may have other skills. You know, I've got several retired nurses and who are really technically, they get it once you explain everything to them. They can follow a procedure down to the letter, like they know. And so in terms of prioritizing digitization, it was in part because we had volunteers who were interested in that, and because we were able to, in thinking through our collections and thinking through what we wanted people to know about, not just teachers, but like anybody. There's a lot of things in our collections that, because we had been a genealogy for a library for so long, the idea of thinking of our collection as something other than a genealogy library, digitization was kind of the way to do it, because it was putting out clear examples of this stuff is not just genealogy stuff. This is a lot of, like, local history is more than genealogy, and it has a direct impact on kind of what Christina was saying about where you are in the space and understanding why this building is here and why this has had this boarded up windows and these signs that are painted across the top that no one's ever washed off. That part of it is always going to be there. So putting those online makes it a lot easier for people to understand that we are not just a genealogy library. So I don't know if that answered your question. Not really? Your question was, how did I prioritize it? Well, you started to, so thank you. Okay, well, the main thing was having volunteers who were able volunteers who were able and willing and interested, and from there we convinced the board to buy us a scanner.
Same. It's very similar.
Yeah.
There's a question down in the front here.
Hi, I just want to preface this by saying I'm not an archivist yet. I'm an undergrad, so I'm sorry if this is like a super silly, like obvious bad question. But I was really interested in hearing about the program, especially with the neurodivergent adults and building the exhibition. And I'm curious for all of you, like, how do you go about building your programs, not just like with an eye towards like diversity and equity and representation, but also just like with constant like accessibility in mind?
Really good question, and I always say there's no stupid questions in any of my classrooms, and if there are, I ask them. So I think that is absolutely at the heart of participation and participatory work. It's about handing over the power to people who truly experience what it's like to come to the museum with different access needs. So one of the things that the group did with Overlooked was they designed an access map so that the museum audience knew before they came into the space what they were going to encounter within the space. They could make decisions. They could make decisions about noise in the space. They could make decisions about where the quiet spaces were. And now the access map is a fundamental requirement for every exhibition within Leeds Museum. And I think that's been the most powerful part of this project, but more broadly, the project. And the fact that it's been embedded for 12 years is that there's a real trust from the museum directors, from the head of collections, from the curators, from the registrars, from the archivists, to work with this group. And they feel listened to. And so what they're now doing is the group works with other groups. So, for example, in Overlooked, they did a lot of work with Leeds deaf community. And so now the deaf community are informing the interpretation of all the spaces within Leeds Museum. So it's that snowballing effect, enabling people to feel empowered by listening and then continue to have that conversation. But it takes a huge amount of time and energy, and in the economic environment and in environment, I mean, I can't speak for all our own experiences, but in the UK at the moment, while there's voice made by every political group about how important culture and how important museums are, the funding has been cut, the access has been cut, and so there's very little money, there's people being made redundant left, right and centre. To do this sort of work takes a massive financial commitment on behalf of the museum service, and then a massive intellectual commitment to work together. But once it works, it's incredible. And another example I wanted to use today was one of the parts of the exhibition was about David Olawale, who was a homeless man who was, 2 policemen were imprisoned for his death. And we've just recently opened a sculpture in Leeds in memory of David Olawale. But what the group did was, when he was arrested, and afterwards, he had the only thing that lived with him were the objects in his pockets, but they didn't exist anymore. There was a list of them. So the group demanded nicely, because they always demand nicely, to have them 3D printed. And those objects have now been accessioned into the collection. So David Olawale's memory exists within the collection thanks to the Preservative Party and their work. So I think it's that constant dialogue and recognising that we can only bring our own individual context, experience and knowledge when we're working in museums. So it's really important to work with everybody who we want to come. I think that's it.
I'll just briefly, and I'll reiterate, I was an undergrad, and I was scared as heck. So you're totally fine, and you're so brave for saying that to this room. So thank you for doing that. There was something really powerful I learned when I was an undergrad, and I was doing an internship with our State Historic Preservation Office that is a cornerstone of all of my work. It's 2 words: shared stewardship. This is not my story. This is not your story. This is our story. It's our cultural heritage, right? At the museum, when you intern with us or volunteer with us, we call anyone who's with us during the week processing the collection an intern. Shared stewardship. We all have ownership of this, right? It's not just my circus. We're all in the... No, I'm just kidding. It's at least what I say to myself. But the idea of shared stewardship is also patience and understanding. I'm neurodivergent myself, so the second day that you're with us as an intern, I let you explore the museum alone. Clean, dry hands, touch things, open things, within reason. Please don't start tossing goblets in the air, that's what I say. And that gives people a moment to self-explore. One of the things that you have to do for us is give us a deliverable when you work at the museum, which could be a social media post, a blog post, or an exhibit for your resume and for our growth, right? When you get this time to self-explore, you get to come to me later and say, hey, I feel really comfortable doing this. I feel really uncomfortable doing this. I never make anybody do public speaking at the museum if they don't feel comfortable with it. And we are constantly having check-ins, both as a group and individually, to make sure that we're on the right track. Now, I just want to touch on one more thing really quick. Southington is the whitest town in Connecticut. We are about 97% white. Connecticut is one of the most segregated states in the country. Google that. And so visibility in Southington has been very hard. A lot of the work that I have worked on has been African American collections and exploring the diaspora in Connecticut. Visibility is very important to my family, as we are an interracial family. My partner is a Haitian American historian. And so he lives in this town where he does not see himself. So a lot of my work since I took on the Barnes Museum, again, it's not my story, it's telling the stories that they have never heard. Because for 4 years in the 1980s, the Klan met on our town green. We don't talk about that. But now we do on our walking tours. Join us on June 1st. Thank you very much.
My only contribution is similar to Echo, but also time. Like, listening takes time, and we just don't ever factor in enough time for listening, but also for respecting people's expertise. Like, everyone's an expert on their own story and their own. And a lot of times they've spent years figuring out themselves and what they bring to the world, and giving people the time and space to express that is a big part of it, and we just never factor in enough time.
We have time for maybe one last question. Oh, I see a hand in the back. Thank you for all of these great questions.
Hello, thank you. I'm Marco. I guess I was trying to think of a question that would be good as a panel. And so that first question is if you could speak maybe about some of your strategies for advocacy as museum archivists. I mean, you guys are in particular environments, of course, whether historical society that is not public, right? It's not a public institution. But I'm thinking of like different, whether you're advocating within your institution, within larger funding streams, within different departments. So I'd love to hear a bit about that. And then also I'm curious about the challenges of like participatory action research within museum archives, and maybe this archives in general, and how you maybe approach that with this preservative party project.
So your advocacy question, so yes, the Historical Society is not a public institution, it's a private nonprofit, but advocacy exists in every institution, whether you're advocating to your board, whether you're advocating to grant writers or grant funders, I should say, or just to your community, like what Christina was saying about promote is advocacy as well. Like, the Historical Society continues to exist because we get the community involved in what we do, and we advocate for our continued existence with a broad variety of people, both as to get more members, to get more input or attendance to our programs, but also to get people to use our collections. So the library is open for research, and the archives is open for research. And in fact, the education program, I would say, with what we're doing here with the archival component to the education program, we have seen an increase in students using our collections for further research after they've come to visit as part of these education programs and these field trips. But also teachers. Teachers are using our collections more as well, and that is part of advocacy as well. I think a big part of it for me is just being present and being part of the conversation and listening to their needs, and then saying, well, here's what's in my collection that can fit that need, but also here's what I need from you in order to support you in your need.
Yeah, I would say that there's two types of advocacy. There's advocacy with a capital A and lowercase a, and I'm doing the lowercase a. You want to say the capital A, right, which is the one that's really driving that change in the movements that we see right now, giving visibility. Unfortunately, that's not my platform. Little a is my platform, the 3 Ps, right, trying to get people to feel empathy for both their built environment, right, and for their local history. I mentioned something very drastic the last time I just spoke, right, about the meeting on the town green. But that was for a very long time very unknown. So advocacy with a little a is letting people know about it, right, promoting the history. I'd also say that it's from shared stewardship. So we partner with several different people in the town, from students with disabilities and special needs to working with the Alzheimer's Association. 2 days a week, we have grandchildren and their grandparents come into the museum, and they're working on their own little project. It's trying to do the little a while branching out. At the same time, we all need volunteers. So the best way to do that is getting out and partnering with those organizations. We have a community cultural arts center that's just down the street. We partner with them, partner with the Alzheimer's Association. I'm especially limited because I work for the municipality. So capital A can be very controversial for me, right? And you said something very important. Sometimes advocacy is literally just convincing my board to let me do something, like History Pines, right? And I'm very fortunate. My board is a politically appointed board by our town council. Sit with that, right? So that's an extra challenge, is being able to work within the majority party that has, control over my community and convincing them to let me do projects. We recently had an author come and discuss a book about a woman who got an illegal abortion in the 1890s, and her body was, terrible things happened. Anyway, the longest time her story was non-existent until this author had this book. We talk about her on our cemetery walking tours, but when we heard the book was coming out, how apropos, right, with all the discussion about reproductive rights. And I was shaking in me boots going to my board. I was literally terrified because I knew that they were gonna be like, nope. But you know what? I have a community connection, an attorney in town, who's friends with all the people on my board. And she loved the book. That is advocacy with a little a. Some may call it manipulation. I call it professional strategy. Thank you.
That's so true. I'm always called, I got called manipulative in the moment. It's definitely strategic. Yeah. I'm very aware that advocacy has different meanings in different cultural settings and different contexts, so I think you've both dealt with that so brilliantly. So I'll just pick up the participatory action research part of the question. The joy of the fellowship, and I'm supposed to say it's Arts and Humanities Research Centre funded, is that fellowships, and they don't do them in this way anymore, was about having to demonstrate expertise, but a big piece of learning. So when it comes to participatory action research, I'd say I'm absolutely in my infancy in terms of learning about it. But I also realised the first day I worked with an amazing colleague who is an early career researcher, but reverse mentors me when it comes to participatory action research and works on a project called the Irregular Art School, which was working with learning disabled young artists in the city. I went and did a day with them, and I got to the end of the day and I thought, oh my gosh, I've been doing this the whole of my career. I just never called it participatory action research. So I think the first thing to say, it's just a big word, as I say to the group, to refer to the fact that if you're in the space and you're consistently trying to have that critical conversation with yourself and the others about what am I doing, why am I doing it, and how am I doing it, that's participatory action research. I think the biggest challenge around it is having the space to sit back from it, because you're also active all the time. When we run a group, which we do every Thursday night, it takes a lot of energy to ever step back from that and go, what actually happened when that moment happened, or why do we have those sandwiches, or why the Pringles in the space? This is not an advert for Pringles. And I think that's the hardest part of all of this, of all of your work, is that time, that space to step back, critically reflect with the others involved in it on what did I do? Why did that conversation with that teacher mean that I did that? Why did that conversation with that author mean that I did that? And then use that to go back and advocate further for more time, more funding, and more support to do this really important work. So I guess participatory action research is a big word for that time when we work out what it is we're doing, so we can ask for more space to do more of that work, because it's so important. Because I'm very grateful for my fellow panelists, because every project that you've worked on, I've learned so much already, Dan, I'm so excited, is about learning from others. That's how we do our work, and that's what we bring. And we're privileged to be sitting here, but we're speaking for all those people, those volunteers, those visitors, those business owners, those curators, those archivists who inform our work every single day and teach us. So that's what I think participatory action research is. I don't know. I'll tell you in a couple of years' time.
I want to thank our panelists for 3 really dynamic presentations. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. And I think it's now lunchtime. So we'll break here for lunch. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. My name is Susan Hernandez. I'm the museum archivist at the Cleveland Museum of Art. I'm pleased to welcome you to Session 2, Studies in Museum Archives. This session will examine how museum archivists can creatively and strategically pull back the curtain and bring transparency to their collection holdings for both internal and external audiences. Speakers will detail examples of exhibitions and tours, records management programs, and integrated description to consider how historical documentation of a museum's history and object collection can bring museum archives to life. First, we'll hear Archives Speak by Marie Penny, the Michael D. Co-Archivist at the Planting Fields Foundation, followed by Operationalizing, Records Management at the San Francisco Museum of Art by Meg Ocampo, Archivist and Records Manager at the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art. Finally, Wicked Fragmentation, Archival Disassociation as a Tool for Reparation and Inclusivity by Sarah R. Dem, former museum archivist and contributor to the Museum Archives publication. So now I will welcome Marie Penny. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Okay, Archives Speak is the title of my talk today. So in one of my first roles as an archivist, I provided tours of the Richard Meyer Model Museum. This laid the groundwork for my interest in the built environment and how to incorporate archival history into a story that would appeal to visitors. In this instance, the collections and the archives were all under one umbrella. While surrounded by models of the Getty Center, it's not quite the same as being on site in Los Angeles. The beauty of being an archivist in a museum is that you are ensconced in the environment and a step away from your desk can answer a long debated question. Like many of my fellow museum archivists, I have always worked independently, what's commonly known as being a lone arranger. In this process of processing collections, it's inevitable that the archivist begins a dialogue with the collection and often acts as the voice or de facto historian of the organization. Narrative threads are pulled from the archives and woven into publications, exhibitions, and tours. This talk will focus on two projects that illustrate how to bring the archives to a larger audience. At the Norton Museum of Art, I was appointed as the first archivist for the 80-year-old museum. My capstone project was to curate an exhibition that celebrated the 80th anniversary. The museum was founded in 1940 in West Palm Beach, Florida, by Ralph and Elizabeth Norton. The Nortons commissioned Marion Sims Wythe to design an art moderne style museum to house their collection and share it with the public. It was the first museum of its kind in South Florida. And like many museums, it was expanded in the 90s and later and recently in 2019 by Norman Foster. The challenge of organizing this exhibition was that because this is an art museum, it had to feature distinctive works of art along with archival materials. I questioned whether material culture would hold its own next to a work of art. The question of how to distill 80 years into 20 art objects was also pressing. The exhibition was divided into 4 distinct eras, each of which told the story about the evolution of the museum. MoMA's Art in Our Time was a significant inspiration. For the first time in many years, works from all different curatorial departments were shown together. I worked closely with the curators who oversaw the American, Chinese, photography, contemporary, and European collections to select works that represented each era and would not affect permanent installations. Along this wall, we can see some examples of early pieces collected by Norton, such as George Bellow's Winter Afternoon, along with Kenneth Nolan's color field painting, Thrust, which was an important gift to the museum during its 50th anniversary. The 2 tables seen here displayed ephemera of pivotal exhibition catalogs that, when grouped together, created a theme for a given era. For instance, the 1990s were a time when there was greater diversity in exhibitions, with exhibitions like Transcending the Borders of Memory, which focused on the Cuban American experience through women artists, and Burn, Artists Play with Fire, about the primal force of fire in the dawn of the digital age. As archivists, we know how intimate it can be to be immersed in correspondence, reading between the lines, deciphering code, and simply bearing witness. Letters provide us with a voice in the most literal sense. Norton wrote to many of the artists he worked with, and he collected and plainly inquired about their subject matter. For instance, Everett Shinn wrote to Norton about the identity of the figure in concert stage. Quote, "However, without fixing her on a known personality, she is, or the picture in its entirety is, my personality, plus the forgotten vaudeville performer which inspired it," unquote. These artist letters are part of the registrar files and are separate from the archives, but this was a great opportunity to display some of those letters in tandem with the art. I am particularly interested in the shifts that occur in museum history to align with current trends. I could only display the exhibition pamphlet for walls, but there was so much more to unpack. It was an installation produced in 1986 where 3 artists, Arturo Rodriguez, Mike Lear, and David Wojnarowicz, were commissioned to create original installations on the walls of the central courtyard. The curator, Bruce Weber, wanted to feature figurative work by contemporary young artists whose work would be related through their humanist themes. In this news clipping, Weber states, quote, "We're transforming a space, and the fun and adventure is not knowing what the outcome will be," unquote. I interviewed both Rodriguez, a Cuban-born artist based in Miami, and the curator for an oral history project, and learned more about the significance of walls during the 1980s. And oral history is the ultimate primary source, and their voices now live on in the archives. The murals were inevitably painted over, but I often wondered if their remnants existed beneath the surface. And thus my interest in the palimpsest was formed. A palimpsest often refers to a manuscript, but can be a work of art or architecture, where the original has been effaced to make room for something else, but traces of it still exist. In my current role, I am the steward of Planting Fields Foundation Archives. Planting Fields is a Gold Coast country estate situated on 409 acres in Oyster Bay, Long Island, and includes the main house, a 65-room Tudor Revival Historic House Museum, along with several other buildings and greenhouses on site. It is one of the few estates on Long Island with its original acquired land intact. William Robertson Co. and May Rogers Co. purchased the property in 1913 from the Byrne family. They immediately set to work creating a horticultural masterpiece by employing first Lowell and Sargent to oversee the landscape and later the Olmsted Brothers firm. Photographs like these are essential today to interpret the site and bring back many of the features from this era. The scale of the plantings in the Blue Pool Garden, where both of these images were taken, are critical to our landscape team today. In addition to their love of horticulture, the Coes were patrons of the arts and commissioned murals and decorative panels by artists Robert Winthrop Chandler and Everett Shinn. Mr. Coe wanted to ensure that his other areas of interest were accessible to scholars, and so he donated his collections of Western Americana and ornithology to Yale University in 1942 and 1952, respectively. I was immediately drawn to the story of the built environment at Planting Fields, as there were so many layers to uncover. I began planning a special tour entitled Planting Fields as Palimpsest, which would give guests the opportunity to learn more about the buildings that used to exist on the grounds. Photographs are one of the most powerful tools in an archive, and this tour will be supplemented with enlarged reproductions to provide some context. What follows is a sneak preview of Planting Fields as Palimpsest, which will launch this summer. It will be a walking tour which will end in the archives, where guests will have the opportunity to see some of those original photographs. And the research required for this tour concurrently supports new wayfinding and a publication on Planting Fields. Inevitably, some of the archival information has disrupted long-held narratives. It's the first time in recent years that a tour is not focused on the interiors of the house or the landscape of the grounds. So starting with the tea house, a building modified by Everett Shinn and designed in the style of Elsie de Wolfe. In a letter to Mr. Coe, Shinn describes the tea house as a string of pearls stored in a shoebox. Coe communicated with him, and he was a little more task-focused compared to Mr. Norton, and he urged Shin to perhaps hurry it along when work was behind schedule. The tea house was transformed from its original form by elevating it and adding a brick facade and a chimney. It was originally used as a playhouse, a topic that's undergoing major research at this time. In the meantime, it's important to share these archival resources that enrich the story of one of the most photographed features of the site. Another part of the tour will require guests to stretch their imagination. Here we see two views of two different houses. The first house was designed by Grosvenor Atterbury and was destroyed by fire and later replaced by the Tudor Revival house designed by Walker and Gillette that stands today. And today, the circular pool that we see here is still there, and remnants of the original pergola as well. And these side-by-side examples are a chance to discuss the architectural styles favored by clients of this era, and in the case of the Coes, how they tried to emulate country homes of England. So, skipping ahead of just a few years, this isn't during the 1960s now, geodesic domes, they elicit very strong responses. Regardless of one's opinion about their design, they signify a time when simplification and an economy were prescient. These domes appeared at planting fields during the late 1950s, before Mr. Coe passed away in 1953. He wanted to ensure that his grounds could be used in perpetuity for educational purposes. In 1948, he deeded planting fields to New York State, and the site was later used by Stony Brook University before their campus was completed. After the SUNY era, it was evolved into an arboretum and a historic house museum, and today it's managed by Planting Fields Foundation and the state of New York in partnership. These domes were manufactured by the Pease Woodworking Company, who also built Buckminster Fuller's dome home in Carbondale, Illinois. They were built to accommodate classrooms and administrative space, and they were on the former site of the Coe-era vegetable garden. They were later demolished when Planting Fields was no longer used as a SUNY campus. These were not built to elevate the design aesthetic of the site, but for utility. They addressed the age-old problem of not enough space. And oftentimes, I am very interested in these domes, but a lot of people, as I've mentioned, react very strongly and say, oh, they're so ugly, or they looked like spaceships. I can't believe they had to have classrooms in them. So they're a conversation starter, that's one thing for sure. Because museums are always evolving, sometimes the past is put aside to make way for the future. A historic estate is rooted in the past, and the archives are the currency to make historic stories relevant today. Contemporary art installations are another way that historic sites are activated. And the Catalyst program at Planting Fields began in 2020 to bring newly commissioned work by living artists to the site, with the goal of continuing the legacy of arts patronage embraced by the Coes. The archives also inform these projects, and I hope to present on this topic at a future date. The ability to listen to archives and let them speak is a guaranteed way to develop exhibitions, tours, and more. The archivist is not only a mouthpiece or a conduit for information, they bring their own experience and creativity to the work at hand. By stepping out of the solitary spaces of the archive and presenting to groups, they can further the dialogue. By becoming more visible, others may reach out, as was the case at Vizcaya, a historic house museum in Miami that recently received a diary from the estate manager circa 1922. This is an important contribution that extends the narrative beyond the original stakeholders and offers new perspectives. So I can only hope that we receive something like that maybe someday as well from some descendant of one of the estate workers. The founders of both organizations were from the same era, and their wealth afforded them the ability to cultivate art and horticultural collections. Both founders ensured that these collections would be enjoyed by the public after they were gone, and it's up to the current generation of stewards to build upon that legacy. And so I hope you wish me luck with the launch of this tour this summer. It's going to be a one-off tour, and if it's successful, we'll integrate it into our programming schedule. And in closing, I'd like to thank the leadership at both the Norton and Planting Fields for supporting the work of the archives, and to thank Yale for this opportunity to share this work with you today. Thank you.
My name is Meg Ocampo. I'm the Archivist Records Manager at SF MoMA, and today I'll be giving a presentation co-written with my colleague Ella Milliken-Detro, who's in the audience, on the operationalization of records management at our museum. All right. An alternate title for this presentation is easily this. Much of the work I'll be presenting has only been possible because of the dedication and efforts of our predecessors. We and they relied on the resources presented in the Museum Archives publication, as well as the standards and best practices working groups. So a big thank you to all of them and to you. So an overview. Today I'll be providing a glimpse into SF MoMA's records management program, how it began, how it has evolved through the years, and how the program's evolution and growth affected the Archives department. Much of what we are able to do now have been goals that were set when the program began in 2010. The pandemic provided a catalyst to catapult the achievement of some of these initial goals and accelerated the implementation of procedures that had been incrementally developed and shared throughout the years. The history and development of our departing employee procedures provides a closer look into the iterative, bottom-up implementation of our records management program. So first, what do we mean by operationalize? For us, it means putting to use records management practices or principles and procedures from the ground up. Following the good enough instead of perfect principle, we slowly and organically applied records management procedures based on individuals and department needs. Now for some background. The SF MoMA Archives was established in 2006 with the help of a 2-year Getty grant by our former head librarian. It was part of the library department, which was and continues to be part of the larger collections division. The mandate was to establish an institutional archives by 2010, the museum's 75th anniversary. Within those 2 years, the head librarian and 2 project archivists did just that. Among their accomplishments was processing 17 collections and publishing their finding aids. After the 75th anniversary, the head librarian sought to establish the museum's records management program. It was something on her mind when starting the archives, even making it on an early but denied grant proposal for the establishment of the archives. However, it wasn't until 2012 that a full-time permanent position of archivist/records manager was funded with the support of the then Deputy Director, Admin Finance, who saw the financial benefits for a permanent position. The museum was about to start construction on an expansion and would be closed for 3 years. And the immediate financial benefits were visible for the museum to develop record retention schedules, which would allow for the ability to assign disposition prior to packing and moving out of the building. Thus, the first year was dedicated towards creating the museum's first set of records retention schedules for primarily paper records. The new archivist records manager, the all-staff announcement shown on the left, was introduced with the practical purpose of helping staff create schedules that would clearly help their need to sort and pack for the move. During the closure, the archivist records manager was able to draft a records management policy, develop and implement procedures such as records transfers and disposition, and foster relationships with departments centered on being this new resource for staff. In 2015, the archivist records manager position split into 2 separate positions that each reported to the head librarian, now the head of library archives and records management. There was now a records manager with a records management background. Given the timing of her hire, she ended up being very involved with staff's return to the museum and moving into new spaces. She also developed and introduced best practices for paper and electronic records and laid the groundwork with HR to incorporate records management into the general new employee orientation. The records manager and the head of library archives and records management positions were vacated in the spring of 2016, a few months before the museum's reopening. This resulted in a reassessment of the records manager position and the ultimate decision of returning the archivist records manager position and placing records management under archives as opposed to being a parallel department. The vacant records manager position was changed to an associate records manager reporting to the archivist records manager. Initial tasks were to complete an update of the retention schedules with particular emphasis in capturing born digital records in network drives. During this time, we also became part of the museum's new employee orientation schedule. So in imparting the history of the Archives and Records Management Department, it's not incredibly unique. Events such as anniversaries, closures, and moves led to opportunities for the department to show our work and describe what our roles were and could be internally. The early years of the records management program were so tied to the museum's expansion and the labor required for that it took time for the records management program to be viewed broadly as a need and function beyond moves. That said, from 2012 to 2020, we received buy-in in records management principles and procedures directly from individuals and departments because we were present and helping with immediate needs. Which then leads us to the pandemic and how the visibility and perception of our work changed. Perhaps something familiar with those in here, there was a confluence of events spurred by the pandemic that led to an increase in curiosity, visibility, and need for the archives, and specifically our records management work. Much of what's listed here were things already happening, but the volume, speed, and the fact that they were all happening at once really brought forth this attention. So an accelerated adoption of cloud-based collaborative tools and repositories, a proliferation of digital record creation, staff-initiated large-scale moves of digital files between repositories, inaccessibility to physical records due to limited on-site access. Archives work was identified as mission critical, so we continue to have on-site access throughout the closure. Furloughs, layoffs, program and position eliminations. And there was also a focus towards de-siloing and pursuing cross-department and cross-divisional programming and workflows. Aside from the turmoil the museum underwent, that is publicly well documented, the pandemic marked a real moment for developing community and empathy amongst staff. There were moments to pause and connect with one another, and as a result, see how we can work together during a time filled with unknowns. Practically speaking, the accelerated adoption of collaborative tools really made this possible, and layoffs, furloughs, position eliminations really made this work a necessity. And lastly, in the past year, museum record keeping has been under particular scrutiny in the news, which introduced new audiences for us, those from higher up, to our work. Which leads me to our present. The pandemic brought a lot of change in a concentrated period that resulted in the brightest and most continuous spotlight we've ever received. There were immediate needs with staff's transition to remote work that we, with our IT colleagues, helped navigate and fulfill. And now as we exist permanently in an evolving digital environment, and our department is sought after and seeks to be involved with active records. Today, the Archives and Records Management Department is currently made up of 2 full-time permanent positions. We currently have 1 temporary position working on a project related to object records. All of us are trained archivists with records manager titles. Last year, Archives and Records Management was reorganized into a new department called Archives and Art Resources, which removed us from the library and merged us with the former Collections Information and Access Department, the department that includes collections information, digital asset management, imaging, and intellectual property. To the next slide. To further illustrate our path, let's take a look into one of our core procedures, our departing employee procedures. The procedure started off as an email that included a checklist sent off by our archivist records manager in 2013 and has since evolved into a workflow I'll be showing. The history and the steps of the procedures illustrate how much the records management program defines what the archives is now. So here are the steps of our departing employee procedures: notification, documentation, information gathering, contact outreach, appraisal, and lastly, records transfer. Some of these steps are completed consecutively, some in conjunction with one another. It all depends on the circumstances. There are some linear progression in our workflow where subsequent steps were added in subsequent years, but there are, of course, returns to past steps in order to better match the current needs and current records creation and storage environments. So the first step, notification. Receiving or attaining notification of an employee's departure ignites our workflow. Upon her hire, the head librarian advocated for the first archivist records manager to be included in HR's distribution list for employee change notifications. These notifications don't always come with ample time prior to the departure date, and luckily, as relationships were built, employees and or their supervisors would directly inform us, or we'd attain such information via word of mouth or internal message boards. Next is documentation, the documentation of our progress in our workflow. Documentation started out with saving email conversations that captured communication with the departing employee. It later evolved into a spreadsheet with the following fields that allowed us to collectively track progress as well as produce metrics. Next is a combination of information gathering and appraisal. In 2016, we wanted to start collecting email mailboxes more systematically when employees left. We decided to adapt NARA's capstone approach for appraisal of electronic records. In 2018, we started an annual review of capstone positions by simply taking the latest org charts we had available to us and started highlighting job titles that fit our criteria: significance of role, likelihood of high quantity permanent records within their electronic records, and participation in noteworthy SF-MoMA activities. Atop capstone appraisal, we also take the time to research the departing employee prior to contacting them, especially those not identified as capstone, to determine what we might specifically ask about regarding their records or their records responsibilities. After this, we finally contacted the departing employee prior to their departure. As I mentioned, in 2013, the archivist records manager created this simple checklist and started sending it to employees prior to their departure as a reminder of their records and that there was someone to help. In recent years, we've added to the checklist based on feedback we'd receive. For example, during the pandemic, staff would show us the increase of content as well as the unique content they were adding into Asana and Teams, and how they weren't sure what to do with them. IT, a partner we've had since the beginning, would also inform us of tool and repository trends they were seeing, and we would continue to add those tools on our checklist with instructions. Departing employee procedures further operationalized when archives and IT linked our information gathering and contacting efforts. We have a monthly meeting that always begins with a rundown of recent and upcoming departures, sharing information and delegating tasks to one another. And lastly, a combination of information gathering, appraisal, and records transfer. So when we can, we meet with departing employees and or their supervisors to receive records and further learn about the material and their work. One related program that started in 2018 was an informal oral history program. On the eve of a long-tenured staff member retiring, the archivist records manager started asking departing employees if they would be open to a quick interview about their time at SF-MoMA. Along the lines of our principle of good enough, We've continued to conduct these interviews via Teams and have been lucky enough to capture experiences from a variety of staff. So in summary, regarding our departing employee procedures, our departing employee procedures are robust and continue to grow because they serve the dual purpose of business continuity of departments and collection building for the archives. What I hope is apparent in our procedures is how involved staff are in the process and how much we rely on their words to describe what we receive from them. For the past 11 years, we've incrementally implemented our procedures. Now, partnering with IT, we have advocated to HR for an institution-wide standard operating procedure for departing employees that includes all stakeholding departments. So just some final thoughts. This symposium is centered on an examination of the current and future directions of museum archives. In showing the history of the records management program and diving into our departing employee procedures, I have illustrated our understanding of the present and future of museum archives, how the records management program is the engine of the SF MoMA archives, and how growing and administering the records management program is our core function. This conclusion is a combination of we have no choice. The digital environment requires our involvement with active records for long-term preservation, and we really want this. Being involved through the life cycle of records as an ally for staff success keeps us visible and our department relevant. Up to this point, we have found success in operationalizing the program through the identification of needs and becoming a partner to serve practical solutions to those needs with archival collection development, description, and preservation in mind. What's next for us is finding balance amongst the various needs as attention has grown for our work. When working bottom up and with the level of instability the pandemic brought, much of the need has been about business continuity. Now, especially working directly with those at the top, risk management is a central need, and we have the opportunity to show what we have been doing all along and what we could be doing more for that need. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. I would like to echo the land acknowledgement first that we heard earlier today, and to thank the organizers for having me here. I had the pleasure of being the book shepherd when I was, well, I'm still am, I'm almost done, serving my time as one of the members of the SAA Publications Board. So it's a pleasure to see this as an outcome, one of the outcomes of the book. I will briefly caveat this by saying that my views are not those of my employer, and that is why my employer is not there on the slide. The paper expands on some of the ideas originally expressed in my review of museum historian and records and archives consultant Mike Jones's 2021 work, Artifacts, Archives, and Documentation in the Relational Museum, which I reviewed for the American Archivist, in which he describes the wicked problem engendered by increasing volumes of digitized object documentation over time, and the pathway to acknowledging the potential of its plurality for social justice within the cultural heritage sector. Wicked problems are those with no solutions in the sense of definitive and objective answers. I will come back to plurality. How can we support equitable access to distributed or fragmented records and archival collections complicated by differing systems, standards, and sector-specific procedures, exacerbated by the fact that most of these elements continue to reflect the origins of paper-based practices? The concept of dissociation, as promulgated in the recent works of Jones and Loyola anthropologist and curator Catherine A. Nichols, both of whom are aware of this paper, is directly relevant to the way we approach making museum records and archives available and visible to researchers and other users through reparative description and reference services. Most of us are familiar with the complexities of supporting equitable access to archival collections that are distributed or fragmented across the organization and or split among museums, whether as, for example, accession records or special collections. Borrowed from preventative conservation, the concept of dissociation, where past or potential relationships are rendered less visible by historical separation of records and collections, professions and systems, thereby resulting in objects with lessened meaning and value, can inform the way that we approach making archives available and visible. When we consider the wicked problems inherent in sector-specific systems applications, differing disciplinary taxonomies, and a multitude of descriptive standards in anthropology or social history and natural history museum records and archives, we start to explore how dissociation can drive reparative description and affect more inclusive and integrated delivery of core archival services. I'm going to leave art-related documentation to the art experts, largely, in this audience today. I will start by using some examples from one past experience as a museum records manager and archivist to illustrate the labor and impact of provenance involved in addressing dissociated records. Just as a note, I have not worked in museums for a while, but their records still inform my approach, hence my contribution to the SAA volume, bringing us together here today. So I'm going to put my museum archivist hat back on and museum records manager hat. At the Museum of London, or MOL, I received repeated requests for our loans-in documentation on an object from another institution which had loaned to us to one of our two predecessor museums in the 1930s. Their documentation had become fragmented, and they wished to discover whether the object was on permanent or long-term loan to MOL. And of course, if it wasn't, well, where was it? For rather rediscover, as it had long been established that the object in question had been buried under the rubble resulting from the bombing of a temporary World War II storage site. MOL had contemporary accounts of this, but the dissociation of the documentation, now the only available evidence of the object, persisted at the lender institution, despite the fact that we continued to reconfirm what had occurred every time their curators reached out to us. I can only imagine that somehow the information was never entered into their collections management system and remained siloed in curatorial correspondence. In the second case, I responded to an external research request for information on the holdings of an early 20th century illustrator and diorama maker, Tom Ivester Lloyd, whose work spanned both social history and science museums, including MOL's predecessor, the London Museum. Together, we confirmed that only one of his works remained in the MOL collections, as they were made of very fragile papier-mâché and plasticine, and originally considered props rather than collections proper. Much of the provenance documentation was in an unindexed run of director correspondence from the time. And no, I didn't get to completely indexing it, and that still bothers me, and this no doubt contributes to dissociation, but maybe my successor has solved that. And from it, I learned that one diorama in his series, Britain Through the Ages, A History of Britain from Prehistoric People Through the 20th Century, had been in hot demand as a loan item. The researcher identified a documentary film using some of Lloyd's works in the BBC Film Archive. So I found myself sharing an artifact spotting moment by way of a reel-to-reel tabletop viewer that allowed us to slow down, speed up, or stop the film. It was thrilling to catch sight of an object that had been unavailable for most, if not all, of my lifetime. This spurred me on to identify the entire run of related correspondence within the director records, and eventually among the many letters recording the survivor object's peregrinations among the trade, arts and sciences expositions then so popular. I saw a request from Henry Ford, the Henry Ford. Why would Henry Ford write to the MOL, or London Museum at the time, to request the loan of the diorama to an exposition? I'll come back to that. Our documentation did not include carbon copies of our side of the correspondence, so I wrote to the Henry Ford, the museum and archives, and proposed a swap, digitized color PDFs of our letters for theirs. Much to my delight, they located their side of the correspondence and agreed, and I remained friends with the archivist. Hi, Brian. He's not here today. Before I discuss the implications of this sort of activity in Jones and Nichols' work, I want to point out that the exposition to which Ford was supporting the loan of the diorama included, as you may have guessed, displays related to eugenics, of which Ford was an enthusiastic proponent. It's important to surface this type of connection now more than ever, so we can understand the way in which our institutions help to create the social fabrics of inequity and oppression that occur. Although the diorama was not an object that would now fall under repatriation or reparations initiatives, its loan history was not neutral, and the problematic perception of impartiality in loaning to a wide variety of expositions gives us a fuller understanding of now Museum of London's organizational history and its wider societal role. While Lloyd's work was not commissioned or created for this purpose, it was used via the museum for a eugenicist agenda. The dissociation of the unindexed correspondence at MOL, separated from an accession file and object record in the CMS, made a complete set only through intra-institutional effort, obscures the plurality of the object and its associations. The complexities of the changing status of the diorama over time from prop to object proper and its varied loan history, documented in separate places, put it at physical and contextual risk and made it more of a liability than an asset. But the happy byproduct of the externally instigated research was that the public catalog record for the extant diorama in the set was considerably bulked up, with contextual information about its provenance, and conservation work to stabilize the object was prioritized, thus resulting in improved stewardship and access. This byproduct was reactive, similar to the processing on demand that many solo arrangers do to make materials available to users. It highlighted the issues Jones discusses surrounding the relationships between curators, conservators, records professionals, and patrons that benefit when we recognize pluralities in stewardship and collaborate to mitigate informational and physical risk and enrich access to local and broader context. MOL's systems evolution meant that until this project, the documentation metadata did not fully exist. The provenance data in the CMS, as well as the documentation itself, was incomplete, and the conservation history was spotty. The record was disassociated, the record was disassociated, and we had only a partial understanding of the object's use and societal role. Its marginalization had prevented transparency about the museum's contribution to dominant narratives. Although admittedly its full loan history is not yet in the published record, but at least that metadata is now linked to the documentation so that staff are able to access it and make it available. That's diorama. This is the public catalog record for the diorama. So while this reunification was very satisfying from a documentation perspective, it is of course impractical to do this type of recontextualization for every object, despite the enormous efforts to attach known documentation to records in collections management systems. Jones' relational museum, in opposition to the tradition of fixed authoritative narrative, is predicated on museum planner and museologist Duncan Grucock's concept of a more complex, partial, processual world of connections, reimagining the contemporary museum as connected, plural, distributed, multivocal, effective, material, embodied, experiential, political, performative, and participatory, in conjunction with the complexity of the full spectrum of archival context and the role of automation in capturing and navigating the relationship between artifacts. If you search MOL's public catalog for Henry Ford, you get a no result, as you will for eugenics, although I haven't checked very recently, so don't take that as completely true, but it's likely. However, the work was a step closer toward an object history more pluralistic than linear. So on the left is a more linear way of looking at an object's history and associations, and then I'll come back to the right, which is the pluralistic side. Jones' work discusses the history of museums in conjunction with the archival profession, technological change in collections management and cataloging, and the idiosyncratic and dissociative nature of records that contributes to a failure of current practice to fully support collections management and user communities. It concludes with a radical reconceptualizing of collections and collections documentation beyond hierarchies and networks to alternative relational models that reshape documentation. Jones highlights the complex web of connections and often unethical practices that brought artifacts into museum collections over the 19th and 20th centuries. Two statements are the most compelling and central to his argument, and also to the nature of the wicked problem collections documentation presents, as I have just reiterated. Quote, institutions will never describe and digitize all their collections and archives, or find the time and resources to update all their existing records. And, quote again, using the lens of preventative conservation, dissociation remains a significant issue, particularly where past or potential relationships are rendered less visible by historical separation of collections, professions, and systems. In Jones' view, dissociating documentation from objects comprises custodial neglect as defined in preventative conservation, and is directly linked to potential risk. I find this a powerful argument that registrars, collections managers, conservators, and archivists can use to advocate together for resources in support of more responsible stewardship, social justice initiatives, and efforts to broaden access. What are the risks, we should ask, of not acknowledging histories and failing user and source communities by underfunding reassociation of your records and archives? There's a tendency to perceive object histories as linear sets of activities over time, like we see on the left, but the relationships they reflect, engender, and create or recreate are key to centering their impact on people and our attitudes towards each other. So on the right, it's just one of many possibilities when you pluralize the relationships and the context and the actors. So, of course, these could be expanded almost infinitely, especially given long histories of people and objects and collections. While some of dissociative practice have been due to physical preservation concerns and requirements, cataloging limitations related to both systems and taxonomies and physical space constraints, Jones also argues for the primacy of context as the key element of artifactual value, which of course archivists are not going to argue with. This value can be woven into strategic and financial plans to improve resources for archive storage and federated cataloging that aspires to the holistic record, including indigenous and other source communities' shared knowledge. Dissociation and custodial neglect moves the resourcing conversation around documentation and cataloging from a secondary concern to one that undergirds the entire relationship of the collection to the museum, on a par, I hope, with curatorial insight and output. In light of this, I'm especially intrigued by two areas relating to dissociation: archival fragmentation caused by the history of formalized artifact exchanges and by the documenter's own movements. Jones discusses the separation of field notes from curators by archivists' internal cataloging dichotomies and the silos between departments that lead to fragmented documentation. Catherine A. Nichols' 2021 book, Exchanging Objects, 19th Century Museum Anthropology at the Smithsonian Institution, as well as her prior publications, addresses the practice of exchanges carried out among museums, often to establish type specimens for scientific research in multiple locations, that scattered natural history, including archaeological and ethnographic artifacts across the world, thus also dissociating their documentation. As the documentation fragments, so does our understanding of the relationships among the people associated with the objects, and it becomes increasingly difficult to surface the many museum collections and collections-adjacent actors over time, which then results in finding aids and other reference points that tend towards the incomplete or even inaccurate, a confirmation bias which obscures the roles of source communities, marginalized individuals, and counter-narratives, thus failing our responsibilities as stewards. Nichols' work invites us to both explore the narrowing effects of dissociated provenance knowledge and the opportunities for deeper research to reconstruct the broad impact of exchange practices and their network of actors. The physical movement of these actors, such as collectors, curators, and source community members, played a large role in the fragmented documentation that exists for artifacts. The peripatetic movements of people who relied on non-salaried incomes, or often no income in the case of women, who were assumed to have male family members upon whom to rely, and collectors who sold to multiple institutions that could not or would not afford whole collections often broke up documentation accordingly and arbitrarily. Curator collectors moved from institution to institution, much as their modern counterparts do, to secure jobs and advance their careers, often taking their field notes and research with them and moving further away from source community relationships over time. These materials tend to end up in the archives of whichever institution was home at career's end or wherever family members felt the curator had the most positive experience or impact. Those movements and practices are part of the reason that institutions will never fully update their catalogs. Federated online catalogs and linked data have improved the situation to some degree, but it remains a problem for source communities. And it's one reason NAGPRA repatriation-related inventories can take so long to compile, which slows up the return process, as well as for other researchers, curators, conservators, collection managers, registrars, and archivists. It also has slowed slavery reparations work, which is only now starting to be embedded into institutional programs via intensive resourcing of research efforts. Joan's work also elegantly articulates the issues inherent in applying cataloging systems across archival and object taxonomies and subject areas such as anthropology and natural history and art, so I'm mentioning art. It is no accident that fine art collections cataloging was at the forefront of integration. That's where the money is and from which most system users' voices stem. I hope that you, perhaps with your conservation colleagues, can argue for the use of systems integration to support repatriation and reparations efforts via the argument of redressing custodial neglect. It's a hard-hitting phrase chosen for that reason, but can also be folded into the less pointed due diligence. Cataloging is another one of the wicked problems confronting registrars, curators, and archivists that has resulted in inadequate archival modules being tacked onto object collections management systems, or in cases where records and archives have been accessioned in the same manner as objects, despite the sometimes differing hierarchy of group and individual between and among the two. Inadequate taxonomies that undercut the efficacy of searches and queries. Museum behaviors that impact access to documentation via technologies, such as the move away from shared central files for e-records, can also silo documentation. Critically, Jones argues that bloated databases should be avoided while preventing internal dissociation by expanding the minimum field requirements of registration and cataloging systems, understandably a hard ask. So I'm going to skip a little bit because I'm running out of time here. But I'll just touch briefly to say that Gilliland and McKemish's archival multiverse of metadata and the more recent records in context, RIC, conceptual models for description, are allied tools that allow for centering relationships in the object record as a more standard model. I contend that if built into the larger information governance structure, records management practices could also be used to reduce or prevent ongoing dissociation, especially when the museum records manager is also the archivist, as is often the case. The records manager archivist has the unique overview of the information environment across the museum, along with the knowledge of taxonomies and systems required across museum functions. Ideally, archivists can redress the historic custodial neglect inherent in dissociated documentation by creating or extending stewardship relationships both with our colleagues across museum departments, interinstitutionally, and through outreach to source communities, by focusing on the goals of reducing inequities and lowering risk to the organization. The archive is not only never complete, it is exponential, each strand branching and rebranching out across different timelines and sets of relationships, all of which ideally deserve equal identifiers or locators, no matter what the level of volume of their documentation within one collection. But as a definitive volume is always difficult to truly quantify due to dissociation of the record, which at the same time compels us to strive towards, although never attain completeness, we can at least better evoke context throughout this continuum. Reparative actions can therefore be undertaken through attempting to mitigate dissociation via reciprocal collecting, such as the reunification exchange I described in my own example, by including live links to material and other repositories within the contents description and subject headers of finding aids and in our databases, and by adding the concept of dissociation to our ethical toolkits as we integrate responsible stewardship of records and archives into the risk management and reparations programs upon which our institutions rely for governance. Thank you.
Hello? Hi. Welcome to the Q&A. Thank you so much, all three of you, for your wonderful presentations. Does anyone have any questions to get us started? Yes, and there will be a mic coming to you.
Hi, so I'm also in a large art museum with similar challenges to what you described at SF MoMA. I was curious if you could elaborate a little bit on the de-siloing efforts and collaborative tools that you used to generate buy-in, or just, I mean, aside from moving the department out of libraries and sort of into collections information, what else sort of happened to have progress on that front?
I guess what I'll say is, in terms of describing the de-siloing, I think, well, everyone had, there was a mix of the tools that we had and then the tools that individual teams were just grabbing onto because it was the pandemic and we were just everyone was just trying to find a solve for what they were doing. I think what happened in terms of the de-siloing and folks working together, which was, I mean, it was very programmatic and also culture that was focused on it, but ultimately, I mean, from the tool standpoint, it was very much a case where a lot of our institution prior to the pandemic was paper-based or network drive-based, which is very focused on access permissions that relied on IT to provide access permissions and didn't really allow for collaboration unless those permissions were granted. So when something like Microsoft Teams or Asana came about and became a tool for the institution, staff got to place their own permissions and sharing, and it was very much that in terms of how the tools helped really propagate that desire, and now it's sort of the archives' charge to figure out how to help wrangle all of that, but that's a little bit of what's happening. But it was basically the limitations of what our existing tools had, and then what the tools of the future provided.
Any more questions from the floor? A mic will come down.
Hi, my question is also for SF MoMA. It's about your departing employees program. Do you ever accidentally miss going through that process with employees? Like, how do you manage that with competing demands and sometimes quick turnarounds to when their termination date is?
Great question. That's something that we've evolved. So in the beginning, we very much there's a lot of loss for sure. I think part of our process included formalizing, working with their supervisor after the fact, because I mentioned even though we're part of the listserv that is supposed to announce all of the employee changes. Sometimes they're backdated, and we just didn't even know they left, especially during the pandemic when we didn't even have the visual of they're not at their desk anymore or something like that. So what we have been trying to do is work with the supervisor and the colleagues that are still there to see what, if anything, they worked on with their colleague, and I think very much our partnership with IT has really helped in terms of having access to what we can and seeing what we can collect from there.
Hello. I really, really loved the idea of the palimpsest in relationship to archives, and I thought it applied to all your papers in a very interesting way. And I wondered if you could talk sort of collaboratively across the group a little bit more about how archives help us or hinder us to recover those ghost histories, those histories that are sometimes lost and sometimes deliberately removed. So I thought it was a wonderful theme.
Thank you. I'm glad that theme applies to all of us. And as I was working on this presentation, I started to think of a bigger idea of like the archivist's role in a palimpsest, and how the archivist was kind of trying to get to that, like depending on their background, their approach, subjectivity. Sometimes my my personal interest in architecture and the built environment, that's my focus. What if there was a different archivist with a different area of interest? I might not go down that road. So finding those answers, finding those layers, there's a lot that's missing. There are so many stories that I get requests for or questions about, specifically about the staff that worked, or, they were called servants, a lot of the people that worked for the Coe family. There were over almost 100 people that worked on the estate at that time. A lot of them were landscape workers, in addition to people who worked in the house. We don't have many records on them, aside from census records, or, there is like an oral history or two that someone did quite a few years ago. So that's something I'm very careful about, because I don't want to misspeak or try to tell something about them without having enough information, because there are holes there. So that's my secret wish to the universe, to get one of those diaries from an estate manager that will fall in my lap magically. I'll pass along to my colleagues to also touch on that.
Thanks. Yeah, I think those layers are the plurality. And there, as you said, there's many layers. There's different people. There's relationships between people. There's relationships between the objects and all the different people who have come into contact with it or been impacted by it, and the interpretation surrounding it, or the lack thereof, depending on the history. It's a very complex, fantastically rich environment, and I think there are many different frameworks, and they can work together. So it's true that it's just a different but very similar at the same time, simultaneously similar way of looking at and approaching it. And as you say, being very careful not to make assumptions if we can, or elid, or sometimes just leaving things open, knowing that there are gaps that you're looking out for, or that you're open to people bringing up those gaps to you and identifying them to you, and to then look into what you can find out. And sometimes, the universe delivers something that you weren't sure was out there. So let's hope that happens with you.
I think I can add how much we've integrated and the staff involvement with departing employees' procedures has been a way to do that uncovering and to get that uncovering directly from their mouth. When we started doing the very, very informal oral history program to anyone who would say yes, and we would just have a Zoom call, or we don't use Zoom, when we use Microsoft Teams and just press record to just ask them about their experience, it's really informed us when we do get their records that we would not have gotten in the past. And our program is, we interview from across the institution, basically whoever says yes, and whoever, if we have the time. So I think that's where we kind of, it's those diaries. We try our best to get them.
So about the oral histories, because there's a couple, I think Marie mentioned an oral history that you did as well. So has there been any thought to doing more of that in your current, like not just what you've talked about today, but doing more of that in other ways as you think about the next steps for some of these projects?
Well, after speaking today and listening to both of your talks, I realize I need to do some oral histories with past employees or important figures. So as I mentioned at the Norton, I was the first full-time archivist there, so there wasn't anyone else's steps to weed through, which is an amazing opportunity. But at the same time, you're alone on that. But where I am now, there's a significant number of various archivists, curators, collections managers, and executive directors that it's important to find out their stories, because so much of that will inform the current efforts to process and create finding aids and determine more information about the collections. So I think it's the content, but the collections, the history, but it's so important to talk to the people that have worked there before us, or alongside with us too.
Nothing planned so far, but I mean, talking to a room of archivists, we're always thinking about our 100th year anniversary, and so maybe there's funding that'll come with that. The museum for the 75th anniversary worked with the oral history program at the Bancroft Library to do a formal program. So I imagine, putting it out there that it's probably something more formal may occur for the 100th year.
I think we can take one more question, if anyone has one. Sorry, there's a glare. Oh, there we go.
So your comments about in the beginning of your presentation about how you and your employer don't necessarily agree on everything you had to say in your presentation and your approach. So I'm curious, and also thinking about being one of the first archivists to start setting up collections management sometimes, and I'm wondering how, looking from that angle and viewpoint, how you can look at a museum or an archive's mission and statement and direction that you think you want to go, and how you decide how to go about interpreting that through your collections and through your projects.
I should clarify, although your comment is extremely appropriate in terms of what you heard, but I should qualify what I said by saying that, explaining that my current employer is just not a museum. It's not that they disagree with me, it's just that I'm in a different sector now. And so, and also I'm a public employee, and so it's important for me to distinguish what I do in my own time, which is today, from my job, that's all. So although your question is a really interesting one, writ large for sure, but that just want you to know that's where I was coming from.
I need a second for that, actually.
Touch on being the first archivist. In my role in that position at the Norton, where I was the first archivist, that was an opportunity. Again, it's a fairly not a super large museum, but mid-sized. But I had to inform a lot of people what the archives are, and I was thinking with your talk on the records. Institutional records too, which were a very big part of that. So, and in many archival roles that I've held, you inevitably inherit an old office filled with boxes of someone's personal records, which have to be processed as well. And I think it's important to advocate, it's about history, but also about what's the current practices and current things that are happening. So, yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you. Thank you for those wonderful questions, and thank you so much to our panelists. Good job, guys. It is.
Literature here, if anybody would like it.
There's some literature at the front, if anyone would like to look at it. And now it is break time, so we will see you back here in a few minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. So, good afternoon. We've reached our third session, and I am pleased to introduce our speakers. The theme of this session is access and appraisal. So, this session will examine how museum archivists can work within the structures of their museums to successfully reassess appraisal practices and advocate for revised access policies. Drawing upon their own experiences, speakers will share how their work in these two areas directly contributed to new access policies for materials with personally identifiable information, archival materials related to sensitive content, and elimination of barriers such as use fees. We will first hear from Laura Euglene Jackson, digital archivist at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science, who will present her paper, Permissions and Fees in the Cenozoic, Dissolving Access Barriers at a Nature and Science Museum Archives. Lastly, we will hear from three speakers across the Smithsonian Institution. Erin Kinhart, Head of Collections Processing and Digitization at the Archives of American Art, Marguerite Roby, Photograph Archivist at the Smithsonian Libraries and Archives, and Celia Emmelhines, Supervisory Anthropologist, National Anthropological Archives and Human Studies Archives, National Museum of Natural History. Together, they will present their paper, Reappraisal and Reassessment in Museum Archives at the Smithsonian Institution.
Hello, everyone. What row? Am I supposed to push the arrow? Okay, that's what oh, there it is. Okay. Hi. I just want to thank the conference organizers for selecting my presentation, and to all the people at Yale for having me, and thanks to all of you for being here. So, today, oh man, there's like a lag. Let's try it again. I am pressing the right, oh wait, hold on, sorry. There it is, okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so today I'm going to tell you about my museum's image licensing and permissions process. I'm going to provide some contextual information, explain the problems with the former process, how I changed it, and why. So first, a little bit about myself. My name is Laura Euglene Jackson. My pronouns are she, her, and my formal title is digital archivist, although I do oversee and manage the archives. This is me with our resident giant ground sloth. His name is Harlan because he's a Harlan ground sloth. He's a former exhibit item. And this is the only photo in my presentation that is currently not part of the museum archives. All of the other photos that you see are examples of the types of photos that we are permissioning and licensing. So I've worked at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science since August of 2022, and before becoming a museum archivist, I spent 15 years as an academic archivist working at various universities. And that's where I learned to love very liberal access and use procedures. At most of the places that I worked before coming to a museum, the process of giving users access to images was usually unmediated, so users could just go to a website and download a photo. And when it was mediated, the process usually was very simple. The researcher asked us for an image, we gave the image to the researcher, and then we updated our reference statistics if we remembered to do so. And all of these procedures were based on Section 108 of the US copyright law, which allows archives to provide access to images for scholarly and educational uses, even to images that it doesn't own the copyright to. This process put a lot of the responsibility for determining copyright and fair use on the researcher rather than the archives. I also want to say that I have been very influenced by Michelle Light's 2014 RBMS presentation, where she called on archives to dissolve use fees and remove barriers to access. At the time that she came out with that keynote, I was working at UC Irvine, and we updated our use and access policies largely based on the excellent points that she makes in her paper. And I'll talk more about her paper during my presentation. Okay, so a little bit more about the DMNS Archives. The Archives was founded in 1977. The museum has been around since 1900. It is one of the largest museums in the Denver metro area. And the Archives has amazing collections, including over 700,000 images that document the work of museum curators and scientists in the fields of paleontology, anthropology, and zoology. And then, of course, we have our institutional images, or our institutional history, such as, the buildings, the exhibits, administration. And a lot of what we have are institutional records to which we own copyright. But we also have a lot of images without clear rights holder information, or with absolutely no information pertaining to the intellectual property rights. And almost every single one of our images in our collection, so if you're looking at our online site or if you're looking at our collections management database, you will see the exact same access note, which is used with permission from Denver Museum of Nature and Science. Our collections are pretty visible. We have over 24,000 images online. We average 160 reference requests total a year, and 50 of those are image requests. And these images are being used for uses that you're probably all very familiar with, anything from super scholarly publication to general interest to the new Tom Hanks movie, actually, is using one of our images. Staffing, we have 3 full-time employees. We have 1 volunteer, 1 intern. Only myself and our assistant archivist, Lauren Conrad, respond to reference and image requests, and she now does most of that. Historically, we have had 1 image archivist and 1 archivist, and when I was hired, when I arrived in 2022, all of them had left. I came into an empty department. There was nobody working in the archives, which meant I had some freedom to make changes to things like our image permissions process. And also, we could now manage our collections more holistically rather than by formats. So I'm first going to tell you about the process that I arrived to. So this is the before process. Since at least the 1990s, archive staff have been licensing and giving permission to use images in some fashion, one way or another. And when I arrived to this empty department, the one thing that was still happening in archives was image permissions and licensing. It was being managed by our business support specialist, who doesn't have an archives background, and she is highly skilled in organization and developing efficient processes. Her name's Courtney Shesky. When she started managing the process, she put in place a really streamlined process, and it was based on a highly respected peer institution. And I continued this process for about a year after starting, and this is the process I'm gonna tell you about. So the process was a researcher would contact the archives to request an image. They would complete an online form which gathered information such as which image they wanted, the purpose and scope of their use, and then like the scope and distribution for the publication or the project. And this form was one thing that our business support specialist had put into place, and it's a really great form. It's very useful. Then the archivist or whoever was running the show assessed the request to determine if a fee should be charged. So we were charging use fees. We charged anywhere from $100 to up to $500 per image for any kind of commercial use. If somebody requested an image for educational or like pure scholarship, like a presentation, they would not be charged. Then the archivist would create an agreement, and the agreement would outline the scope of the use, how much we were charging, We would route that to our business support specialist, who would then route it for signature from the researcher and myself through DocuSign. And then after the agreement was signed, after the fees were collected by the business support specialist, then we would share the images requested. The final step was to enter the transaction into an image permissions log. So when I started managing our process, I saw some issues right away. Obviously, I saw a massive problem with this lack of rights metadata, and like the lack of readily available information about copyright and who owns what. That really led to this need to have to permission on a case-by-case basis. One of the issues with the workflow that I saw was that all image requests were subject to an agreement. So it didn't matter what the image was being used for. We were drawing up agreements and asking people to sign them, even for educational use. And the copyright holder was something that was not even part of the equation. So we were permissioning images that we didn't own the rights to, and therefore we didn't have the right to permission the image, let alone charge a fee for. As you can imagine, all of this was pretty time consuming, right? You had to prepare the agreement, route it to somebody, then route it for signature, and that adds up, even though it was pretty streamlined. And then it would become really time consuming because some users, usually giant corporate like publishers, they found terms in our agreement problematic, and they would want to negotiate new terms, and it was a lot. And then, of course, charging use fees. That was something that was completely antithetical to what I had learned as an archivist in academia, and was antithetical to my access-minded ways, and it even went against some of the museum's own philosophical values of being a resource for science in the community. Of course, collecting fees is another time suck, right? And then some users couldn't afford the fee, and the income that it generated, which was about $6,500 in 5 years, was not worth it to go through this process. So I knew we needed to change the process, and here's why. I really wanted to encourage use and access rather than hinder or prevent our materials from being used because of a use fee or the onerous process of signing something. I wanted it to align with our mission, which is to advance scientific discovery and research and live up to our responsibility as a public trust, or to the public trust, which is something that's stated in our collections management policy. I wanted to save time. I wanted to comply with copyright law and only be licensing images that we know we own the copyright to. And I felt a professional obligation to change with the times, to provide more open access, to loosen controls, or in Michelle Light's words, be the good guys. So in thinking about what a new process might be, I recognized that I was no longer at a university. I was now in a museum archives, and things are different. The museum, it's a nonprofit business, it serves a broader population, and scientific discovery is at the core of what we do. So I came to the realization that some control over our images was actually necessary. It was just a necessary part of a museum archives. I really couldn't be as free-dealing with the images as the institutions that I had worked for in the past, at least not yet. A lot of our image content has some good reasons for tighter control. Mainly, many of our images are based on scientific information, or they were collected as part of scientific research. So there's a stronger need as an institution to control our image and the science behind it, and have some parameters in place so that those images aren't used in a way that could misrepresent the science or be used for an anti-science cause. Another reason is that we have a lot of images that depict indigenous communities. So we have a long history of anthropology research and collecting at my museum. And so it's important that we follow any NAGPRA regulations and just be respectful and not cause any further harm from images depicting Native peoples and their objects. I also considered our peer institutions, other nature and science museums in the United States. So when I started thinking about changing the process, the first thing I did was I went and looked at other institutions' websites to see what they were doing as far as image permissions, access policies, and I found that a lot of them, not all by any means, but a lot of them, they were still charging use fees and requiring permissions to use any image. It seemed like, anyway, just from the website. And it could be that they own the copyright to all of the images, and they have a right then to do that. But in my experience, that's a very rare situation for an archives to own copyright of every single thing in its collection. And then the last reason I'll share for why we want some control over this process is because of our statistics. It's for statistical tracking. So obviously the number of researchers helps to show our value, but in Denver, it's essential for proving our worth. And it ties into our funding because we have this metro area sales tax revenue. And the more visitors you have at your museum, the more money you get. And all of our reference stats are tracked as visitor stats, or they're counted as visitor stats, I should say. So having a tightly controlled process, providing permission for every single use, it just makes it easier to track who is using images and why. All right, so I considered all of these reasons, and I drafted a recommendation outlining the issues and reasons for changing the process. I pointed heavily to Michelle Light's paper, and so I said, these practices, they're not always legal. It's the right thing to do. The costs associated with charging fees aren't worth the cost or time of charging those fees. And these changes are intended to increase access, increase our reach and visibility. I submitted this to my boss. She gave that to her boss, who is the VP of the science division, and he approved us to pilot a new process. So I will share that in just a sec. I just want to preface it by saying that we started piloting this process in September of 2023. And when you see the next couple slides, you might think to yourself that I totally complicated the old process. And that's true, but it's true because copyright complicates everything. And I do want to say that I kept some of the amazing streamlined procedures developed by our business support specialists because they really do help with the process. All right, so here's the first part of the new process. So researcher asks us for an image, the archives assesses then, do we own the copyright? And what is the scope and purpose of the use? And the answers to these two questions trigger if an agreement is drawn up or not. And I will explain that on the next slide. But you'll notice nowhere in either track do we charge use fees. So I'm happy to say that we were easily able to eliminate use fees, I think just by showing the small amount of money that was coming in. It was easy for administrators and leadership to see that, yeah, it wasn't worth it, and there's really no good reason to continue it. So first, I will explain the right side. The cases when we do not create a use agreement. So if we are not the copyright holder, we do not create an agreement, period, the end, and that is because we should not be granting permission for rights that we do not have. We also don't require an agreement for uses that are educational, scholarly, or for general interest. So these are things like journal articles, teaching and instruction materials. However, this also includes some things that have been in the past considered commercial. So if it is like a limited print run book, we usually don't ask for an agreement because the distribution is so tiny and, it's just not a lot of people are gonna be reading that, or there's not gonna be a lot of prints of that book. And then at that point, we will share the image with the researcher, and we will also share a copy of our revised terms of use, copyright, and attribution, which I will share on the next slide. And then finally, we'll update our reference statistics. For the cases that require an agreement, we have to be the copyright holder. And then it is based on the purpose and scope of the use, or if there's any restrictions on the materials. So if the use is entirely commercial, so if a company wants to use an image for their advertising, or if the print distribution is over like 10,000 copies, we will go through the same process as long as we're the copyright owner. We will also do this if the patron requires an agreement like for their publisher, and we have a line that says at the discretion of an administrator like myself or the VP of Science. So if the situation meets any of those conditions, then the old process kicks in and we'll record it in our reference stats. So here's our terms. I don't have time to go into any of this, but hopefully I can share my slides and you can have a copy. I also want to say that the one scenario that the process doesn't cover is when DM&S is not the copyright holder and the use is entirely commercial in nature, right? So this is important because the museum archives is not covered under copyright law if we provide an image for commercial use and we're not the copyright holder. So then it depends on the risk. If it's low risk, we will give the image to the researcher without an agreement. If it's high risk, we'll deny the use and until they can come back with us with documentation that they have permission from the copyright holder. Fortunately, we haven't had to go through that yet. So the effects, we've put a lot more of the copyright responsibility on the researcher, which mitigates risk to the museum. And the simpler process has had an enormous effect on staff and researchers. It's just so fast right now, and we constantly are getting emails back to say things like, that was super fast, thank you so much. This all seems perfectly clear, and it's great you are so generous with the images. For many museums in Europe, it's no longer possible. Some future considerations, I want to let everybody know that if you look at our website, we still have not updated our website, and that's because we still have to update our collections management policy, which is a board-approved policy, and apparently they don't approve changes to that until January, and we missed the deadline, so it's not going to be approved until next year. So I'm hoping we can update our website with all of our new information. But overall, I'm super happy with the new process, and it's aligning with our current goals and visions for access in the archives. It's saving tons of time, it's saving most headaches, and we're complying with copyright law. So I want to thank you all so much. There's a citation to Michelle Light's excellent paper, and happy to answer questions later.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Erin Kinhart, and I'm happy to be here today with my colleagues from the Smithsonian Institution to talk about reappraisal and assessment work happening within 3 archival repositories at the Smithsonian. I'm going to give an introduction to archives at the Smithsonian, and then each of us will give a brief talk about our individual project activities. So the Smithsonian Institution is made up of 21 museums and a national zoo, as well as several research centers that function independently of the museums, including the Smithsonian Institutional Archives and Libraries, and where I work at the Archives of American Art. There are currently, within this mixture of 21 plus units, there are currently 17 archival repositories within the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian Institution Archives has the mission of collecting the records of the institution, which means these other archival departments primarily function as special collections within their museum collection scope. This many archival repositories within one museum organization presents opportunities and challenges. The extent and age of the collections vary greatly. My archives at the Archives of American Art is 70 years old today, or this year, and my other speakers have collections much older than that. But some of our collections are only as old as the more recently opened museums. The collections serve the needs of different audiences, and the level of access, either through restrictions, processing backlogs, digitization, and website descriptive access, vary greatly. That said, all of these repositories must follow shared Smithsonian policies related to stewardship, rights management, cataloging systems, and databases, just to name a few. This does provide opportunity and in some cases a need for collaboration to ensure shared best practices. For example, the adoption and use of archive space as the primary information management system. The extent of collaboration possible between our units is impacted by the constraints of individual museums within the Smithsonian. Because the museums are semi-autonomous in their management, this means that the size of staffing, funding levels, storage spaces within each museum can vary and can limit the ability to collaborate across programs. Today we will be discussing the recent work of 3 of the 17 repositories, focusing on the Smithsonian Institution Archives, National Anthropological Archives, and the Archives of American Art. All 3 repositories have been working on reappraisal and reassessment projects that have included everything from reviewing restriction policies, reappraising out-of-scope material, and making determinations around the access to materials related to sensitive content. While completing our major reappraisal and reassessment projects, we were guided by values of sustainability, transparency, and clear process. We will discuss how we have each navigated the balance between committee work, individual discretion, and written documentation, and the competing mandates and communities that museum archivists necessarily respond to, with an eye to how other museums can navigate their institutional structures to improve the focus of our archival collections.
Good afternoon. I am Marguerite Roby, and I have been a photograph archivist for the collections of the Smithsonian Institution Archives for the past 15 years. We are the institutional repository for all permanent records created by the Smithsonian's 21 museums, the National Zoo, numerous research centers, and several education units and centers. I primarily manage photographic materials created by Smithsonian photographers to document museum objects, specimens, exhibitions, expeditions, expositions, Smithsonian staff, building interiors and exteriors, conservation treatments, and special events. The Smithsonian has had institutional photographers since 1870, and they have been diligently documenting every aspect of the Smithsonian's history. I wanted to start with this quote from Museum Archives, an introduction, an early foray into this subject, because William Deiss was formerly in the unit I currently work in, and because it's a fundamental truth. All organizations have a past, a present, and a future. Every museum has an identity that can be defined by its current activities and its purpose. This identity is formed by its past. He continues, if a museum is to have an identity, it must understand its history, and that history is dependent upon the records created by the museum. To its credit, the Smithsonian Institution recognized this concept early on, when there were only 2 buildings to our name, and our museum arm was known simply as the United States National Museum. In 1891, William Jones Reese, chief clerk of the Smithsonian Institution, became keeper of the archives and served in that role until 1907. Until the middle of the 20th century, current records and historical files were then maintained by the Office of the Secretary's administrative staff. John F. Jamison III became archivist in 1958, followed by John DeGurst Jr. 1960 to 1964. The role of the institutional archives as a unit evolved in 1965 when Samuel T. Surratt became archivist and was charged with the development of the archives as a facility for historical research in American science by making the archives resources more readily accessible to historians through better identification, preservation, and cataloging of Smithsonian documents. This is when we first received separate line item funding, which allowed the unit to provide more robust support for external researchers. Under the leadership of Secretary S. Dillon Ripley from 1964 to 1984, the Smithsonian Institution underwent a period of tremendous growth and expansion, and with that growth, the role of Smithsonian Institution Archives developed to further serve ever-growing units at the Smithsonian, as well as educating the general public about the Smithsonian's history and providing access to collections for researchers and scholars. Since that time, our digital footprint has seen explosive growth, and our program has evolved to include born digital and electronic records. The Smithsonian Institution Archives continues to ensure the preservation of and access to the permanent official records of the Smithsonian Institution. Our collections are comprised of about 55,000 cubic feet of physical materials and 22 terabytes of born digital materials. The archive staff structure is a collaboration of teams that work to collect materials and make them accessible to researchers around the world. We serve as the institutional memory of a unique cultural organization. Our mission is to document the goals and activities of the whole Smithsonian in its pursuit of increasing and diffusing knowledge and exciting learning in everyone. The Archives is also responsible for ensuring institutional accountability and for enhancing access to the rich and diverse resources in its care. While we take great pride in our ability to serve the public, and in fact serve more external than internal researchers, we do provide a lot of support for Smithsonian museums that is just so innate to our process that much of this work seems like it's behind the scenes and happens as if by magic. But we all know it is not magic, but diligent, detailed, and decisive work. In particular, I'd like to highlight our records management team and program, who, in addition to managing all appraisal, acquisition, and processing of records that leads to accessible finding aids for our permanent collections, are also responsible for advising Smithsonian offices on the proper retention and disposal of their records. This records disposition schedule is intended to clarify the record-keeping responsibilities of offices and to ensure that records are appropriately saved or destroyed. They provide guidance and training on digital file storage options, managing active records, email management, appraisal of research records, records management before you leave the Smithsonian, transferring or destroying records, internal meeting video conferences and chats. This is just to name a few. This team also only has 4 people. We also conduct frequent website and social media captures as we recognize how vital it is to document snapshots of that content for the museums and other Smithsonian units. All of this proactive work helps us down the road when records do get sent to us. The education and training support we provide is difficult to quantify, but critical to management of records, which doesn't start at the archives, but rather in the present of the organization. Our purpose, and by our, I mean the Smithsonian Institution, has always been singular: the increase and diffusion of knowledge. They're singing to each other. All Smithsonian units work in support of this purpose and in support of our strategic plan, that we do have different methods and disparate resources. We absolutely share values and principles, but our specialized professions often utilize different systems, use different vocabularies, adhere to different professional ethics, and have different implementation challenges. In 2018, I participated in the working group, the Pan-Institutional Working Group, that was developing Smithsonian's future open access policy that was launched in 2020. The group largely consisted of museum collection managers and rights managers, and I was the lone archivist. Collectively, we worked to define a set of allowable restrictions that would govern whether or not an image could be open access. And in our case, open access means open use. You can use it for commercial or any means. It doesn't mean just access, like digital access. Allowable restrictions could mean such things as copyright, trademark, contractual obligations, rights to privacy and publicity, PII and SPII, uncertain provenance, sensitive content, or items subject to repatriation would not be eligible for open access status. The set of allowable restrictions had already existed but was very museum-centric, so we did make an effort to expand the definitions of our categories to make room for language that was more inclusive of archival material and other material created by the Smithsonian that is unrelated to museum objects, such as Smithsonian publications and research data. Implementation of this policy would be different for each of us, largely due to the fact that we manage collections and collections description very differently and in varying degrees of detail. The majority of our archival collections were created by Smithsonian employees and are equivalent to federal records. With the exception of items on a disposition schedule, our collections are permanent. They will only ever grow, and we must take it all in. We do not generally reappraise collections unless there is a high level of duplication or redundancy. We do reappraise in other ways, in the sense that we might assess our collections in a different way. In order to include content as open access, we might shift some of our digitization priorities, balancing research value against what we can provide with no strings attached. Implementing such a policy at the item level comes with its own challenges, because we don't describe things at an item level unless they are digitized and do not have a system that could accommodate that level of description. We can only evaluate digitized materials. Unlike museums, where every single object and specimen has a catalog number and a catalog record, we can't apply this policy or get a head start on things like copyright research to our records unless they have been digitized. During this whole process, I learned that we all interpret the definition of restriction in a variety of ways, and we also interpret the definition of access in a variety of ways. As the institutional repository, we consider access paramount unless something is capital R restricted, which to us means it is unavailable to researchers for either a defined period of time, or it is unavailable to researchers permanently due to legal reasons. Everything else is public record and should be accessible, whether on-site or digitally. We are examining levels of access, specifically concerning content that may be sensitive, which we can make available to researchers, but may choose not to distribute widely online, and rather make available upon request. Use, however, we can more easily dictate at different levels. We can say something is available only for personal use or non-commercial and educational use. Use is much easier to govern. What we don't want to do is hide or obscure our history. Our shift in values over time is reflected in the archival record. All organizations, after all, have a past, a present, and a future. And with that, I'll pass it to Celia.
We're all getting in our steps today, thank you. So I'm going to be talking about reappraisal and reorganization at the National Anthropological Archives. My name is Celia Immelheinz, and I'm an anthropologist, librarian, and archivist by training. I've been at the NAA and its associated archive, the Human Studies Film Archive, for almost 2 years now. And before I go further, I do want to acknowledge the work and perspectives of my colleagues, Gina Rappaport, Gabby Sanchez, Daisy Njoku, and Mark White, all of which have informed this talk, although they could not be here today. So we really are multiple archives in one, and we've changed and morphed over time. These are some snapshots of a little bit of our change here. We started out in, I think in the Arts and Industries building at the Smithsonian, a little bit of a messy cataloging system. Initially, we got it under control eventually on both the object and the archive side. And we started out as the Archive of the Bureau of American Ethnology, a government bureau created in the 1880s as part of kind of the research wing of the Smithsonian, which conducted geological and ethnographic surveys in the American West as part of westward expansion and colonialism. During fieldwork, these ethnologists gathered all sorts of artifact collections, which joined the U.S. National Museum, as Marguerite talked about, and they also gathered linguistic and cultural documentation, which became part of this bureau archive. And in 1968, it merged. During the 1960s, there were a lot of mergers. Honestly, I'm still trying to sort this out a little bit, but we were in the castle. Initially, you can kind of see we're inside this rose window here, a very pretty place, not the best place for an archive long term. So we were there for a little while, and in the 1960s, we moved to the Natural History Museum building, and then later to offsite storage, where we are now. And that's the NAA side. We actually have a whole separate side, which is the Human Studies Film Archive, started in the 1970s to actually take research film to understand humans around the world, and then becoming a film archive in the 1980s. And both of those are now at the Museum Support Center in our offsite storage. Together we are, these are 2022 data, we are the third largest archive, so you have some of the large ones here today, and then you can see that long tail of archives ever growing and expanding at the Smithsonian. And the other thing I will note here is that we are actually one of the largest in any unit that also has object collections. So as opposed to my colleagues here, we're dealing with the fact that we're actually pretty small when you look at the total number of beetles and stone fragments and other things that a natural history museum might hold. We care for almost 20,000 cubic feet of records of all different types, documenting peoples, languages, and cultures around the world. And we have large holdings in particular of indigenous artwork, of ethnographic and documentary film, diaries and field books, and all sorts of traditional knowledge, including the papers of anthropologists and filmmakers that we bring in externally from around the US, the records of Smithsonian anthropology, and papers of external scientific associations. And we're still working out that relationship with the Smithsonian Institution Archives, as we've held for many years the papers of our own anthropologists. We also focus heavily on outreach and are one of the busiest archives in the Smithsonian. People come for all the typical reasons that you would expect in archives. And we work closely because we're within a research unit within a natural history museum. We work closely with our team in repatriation on bringing in communities for language revitalization through recovering voices, as well as on training graduate students and faculty to work together with archival and museum collections here with the Summer Institute of Museum Anthropology. So with all that in mind, I came about 2 years ago to the Smithsonian and heard that sort of eternal refrain of we're running out of space. We never have enough space. We're almost out of space. Oh no, what will we do? And we were fortunate to not only have money from an internal pool fund to do some assessments of our archives over the past few years, but also to do a defragmentation project. We are about halfway through that project right now, so these are sort of preliminary numbers from Gabby Sanchez, our contract archivist who's working on this. And again, these numbers may sound large or small depending on your archive, but while it feels big and it is certainly progress, it's actually a fairly small subset of our collection overall. So this project has a number of stages. We're doing some of them simultaneously, and some of them we haven't really started on yet. Through shelf reading, we found quite a large number of containers, boxes, and folders that weren't accounted for in our previous shelf list, somewhere over 150 years. They got a little bit lost. That could be a single folder with a manuscript, or it could be a box of stuff marked other, or deaccession, or maybe dispose of, and we just didn't do that. We have memos from 1984 that we're now looking at saying, oh, maybe we should go ahead and deaccession that. And then after reviewing this project, so we did review it with our department collections advisory committee, which has curators and archivists on this project. We identified over 600 linear feet of material for review and potential deaccessioning, including 74 out-of-scope collections that we might fully or partially deaccession or cull, and that could mean destroying things that are non-permanent records or that are clearly out of scope, and it could also mean shifting it to another archive, especially if we discover a split collection. And at this point, we've weeded about 200 linear feet. We move things off-site to Iron Mountain and back again regularly. We're still working on that relationship. And so that has been part of our process. We've also tried to open up space by making our storage of things a little bit more compact. And then we're working to consolidate and rehouse collections to re-level drawers to get a little bit more space out of our existing cabinets and to shift collections. This certainly doesn't address all of our collection space issues, and it doesn't really address our film archive. This is mostly on the paper archive side of things, but it does buy us some space and time for a strategy going forward. But I will say with that that's only one of several reappraisal or rethinking projects that we've had at this archive. So the first one being that question of space and what are the value of some of those older collections, and can we tighten them a little bit? And the second has been about our collection scope going forward. And so we've been involved with discussions about our collections management plan and our collection stewardship plan and how archives fits into a museum that's very object focused. We've been trying to better integrate archival collections alongside object collections at all stages in collections planning. And to refocus our archive, which is broad and deep historically, into areas that are maybe a little bit more strategic going forward. And the third issue, which is, I think, an ongoing concern for all of us, is how we handle changing ethics and sensitivities around museum archives, in particular with natural history and anthropology collections. And these are just a few of those sort of conversations that we, and probably you, have every day about how do we handle, what do we do with competing kind of mandates on our time and on our decision making. So as we're making decisions, we weigh public access to the public record with restrictions for cultural sensitivity or other legal reasons. We try to weigh accountability for our past with the many purposes, good purposes that archives can be used for, with people's preferences that we in some ways limit things. We try to co-steward collections, realizing that almost always they have multiple uses and audiences. In particular, we weigh how to involve communities that at times have competing claims, as well as how to address archives that relate to human remains. And if those are issues you face, I'd be happy to talk with you kind of off stage a little bit later. We found that working as archivists and anthropologists within museums is always a balancing act, a constant back and forth, in what our colleague Lori Burgess has called a process of shifting balances. Because these collections are global, from hundreds of countries and hundreds of indigenous communities, we're sensitive to the fact that archival ethics differ from past to present, as well as within and across communities. This means that the collecting context, the political situation, and the risks and rewards of museum archives are always shifting. We try to place copies in local repositories where we can, to fund and invite communities to come and visit this archive, and have done archival repatriation in the past and expect that we will do more of that in the future. And again, we're in a slightly different situation from the federal records of some of our colleagues. Living in this space of museum archives often involves the courage to address sticky issues and take a stand, being clear-sighted about complexity and responsive to urgent and at times competing demands. But it's also been an amazing opportunity to be present at a time of profound change in many museums like this, alongside museum leaders and communities, and alongside each of you, and that's very much an honor. Thank you.
Okay, now I'm going to talk about our third project, my project at the Archives of American Art. So the Archives of American Art is a Smithsonian research center with the mission to collect, preserve, and provide access to primary sources that document the history of the visual arts in America. As I mentioned earlier, within the Smithsonian, we are positioned in the org chart equivalent to that of a museum, not within a museum. And as a special collection, we serve the research needs of Smithsonian Art Museum curators, as well as curators from museums across the country and internationally, art historians, writers, students, and anyone else with a research question. Our holdings measure over 21,000 linear feet, and we have an active reading room with over 500 unique visitors a year, looking at over 5,000 containers of records. In this talk, I'll be focusing on our current reappraisal and deaccessioning pilot project, a one-year pilot that began in November 2023 with funding support from the Smithsonian's Central Collections Care and Preservation Fund. The need for a reappraisal project became apparent over many years as we maintained our storage spaces, barcoded boxes, processed collections, and served containers to researchers. The maintenance of materials that are out of scope or non-archival has been a long-time stewardship concern. In a quote from our recently updated collection stewardship plan, while our collections are exceptional in terms of their quality and depth, they are also idiosyncratic. Prior collecting efforts over a 70-year period have been driven by various strategies that have changed over time, too often in isolation from other staff and researchers. Collections were processed, in many cases years after they were collected, without any consideration about archival value and whether we should have collected the material in the first place. We were finding boxes that contained items that fell outside of the visual arts collection scope, had no permanent archival research value, or duplicated other collection materials. As we are faced, as Celia mentioned, with very limited amounts of collection storage space for new acquisitions, we knew this project would help us ensure we are using our stewardship resources wisely. Instead of addressing these collection issues as they were discovered, we identified a need for a systematic evaluation. A reappraisal project would give us the opportunity to conduct a thorough review following specific evaluation criteria for a large portion of our collections over a fixed duration of time. We also identified the need for our own policies and written procedures related to reappraisal and deaccessioning. Our appraisal practices in the past have been defined only within the context of processing collections in our backlog. We also deaccession materials so infrequently that while we had a form that required certain signatures, we had no written procedures on the deaccession process. Finally, we identified the need for awareness around this work. While archivists are usually trained in the importance of our appraisal practices, we realized that we needed to make the staff, other staff, and non-archivist leadership aware of the needs as it relates to the maintenance of collections, and to be confident in decisions related to permanent archival value. While planning this project, the registrar, Susan Carey, and I consulted several documents. We relied heavily on the Society of American Archivists guidelines for reappraisal and deaccessioning, which were revised in 2017. This document was a great resource for guiding principles and laid out a rationale and step-by-step process that is transparent and considers legal, ethical, and donor relation concerns. It was especially useful also in drafting a grant proposal that justified the work. We also used our own updated collection stewardship plan, which was finalized in 2021, and includes 6 collecting themes that defined the scope of acquisitions, such as the art market, lives of artists, and research and writings about art. Within these themes, the document, the collection stewardship plan, also defines the types of records we should collect or not collect. For example, the exclusion of PII personnel records, tax or insurance records, serial publications, or vertical files of clippings easily found elsewhere, just to name a few. We also researched the Smithsonian's policies as they relate to museum collections management and deaccessioning. These formal directives apply across the Smithsonian to both museum objects and archival records, and we wanted to ensure that our project followed any requirements related to formal approvals and record keeping. So our project started last November. The registrar and I are co-leaders, and we met to create the written evaluation criteria and the list of collections to be reappraised. We decided to start with the largest collections, working down in size, with the knowledge that larger collections had series, subseries, and groupings of similar contents that could be evaluated as a set quickly. Our goal was not to determine appraisal at the collection level, but within collections, looking at subsets of material that would be out of scope or that we should have never collected in the first place. Sorry, I lost my place here. We hired a part-time consultant on contract who previously worked as an archivist at the archives, so that was fortunate, and she knows our collections very well. The contractor does a systematic review of each collection, first looking at the finding aid, if there is one, reviewing boxes likely to have material out of scope, and then filling out a deaccession recommendation form if she identifies material that meets the specific criteria. As a contractor, we made sure that she was simply recommending a deaccession and that she was not going to be the final decision maker or doing the active deaccessioning. So she was making recommendations in quantities greater than 1 linear foot in extent. We weren't trying to isolate items or single folders or time-consuming processes in that way. She tracks her review of every collection in a spreadsheet and adds any additional notes about the collections in that document. Every 3 weeks, a committee consisting of myself, the contractor, our registrar, and the head of reference services meets to review any deaccession recommendation forms. We as a committee decide whether to approve the recommendation, modify it, or reject it. We also discuss possible repositories for transfer of collection material that may be out of scope. We then forward the recommendation to our director for final approval to seek transfer, return to the donor, or dispose. We also use our committee time to evaluate how the pilot procedures are working for us. And we have already revised these procedures a few times since the start of the project. I think the most exciting part of a project like this, or any assessment project, is the discoveries made as you work through the collections. One of the biggest questions for us was how much material would we identify for deaccessioning? Was it going to be a big number? Were there hundreds of linear feet we needed to get rid of? But so far, it's turning out to be a very small percentage of what we review. The contract archivist is at the same time identifying a significant amount of material that could be rehoused to maximize space. This has been an added benefit to the project and looking through the boxes. So while we're not flagging a lot to dispose or transfer, we are finding a lot of boxes that are underfilled, small-sized items such as note cards that are packed in record storage boxes instead of shoe boxes, and so on. Things that we can identify for future rehousing projects that should free up significant space for new acquisitions, which is what we were seeking in the deaccession process anyway. We have also found that everyone involved in the project has differing opinions on research value. Making this determination can be especially difficult when evaluating personal archives rather than organizational records, which can more easily align with record retention policies. Our head of reference has been very helpful in our committee process, as she knows typically what types of documentation are regularly used by researchers and which types of documentation have never been consulted. We also found that we have consistently over-collected printed materials, such as books, serials, and other publications that are readily available in libraries. And we have also over-collected duplicative documentation of general art historical nature, most often found in a vertical file format, in art historians' papers or art gallery collections. Identifying this trend should help inform how we currently approach collecting these materials so that we don't continue to overcollect it into the future. And we are working with the Smithsonian libraries for possible transfer of some of the printed material in books and catalogs, which leads to another positive outcome of the project, finding connections with other archival repositories. We have reached out to several places so far, a few of them art museums or other special collection repositories, to offer a transfer of material that is out of scope for us but aligns with their collecting interests. So an example is a recent collection we identified of a collector of decorative arts, and decorative arts is outside of our scope, but the collector's decorative art collection went to another museum, so we had the inventory records, they have the collection, and it made sense for that archival collection to transfer to them. One of the greatest challenges with the project is related to tracking the various collections through the recommendation and deaccession process. It has been more work than we realized to track the forms, approvals, status of transfers, formal disposal, and updating of the catalog records. We were very excited to get the funding to hire a contractor to do this work without anticipating the work that would be involved with our registrar and myself to see the process through. Currently, we have over a dozen collections that we've evaluated and identified for transfer or disposal or return to donor, and we are, at various stages in that process just for those dozen collections. And the project will continue until this coming November. I want to end my talk with the challenges around awareness and advocating for a project like this. Some of our staff have expressed concerns with removing anything from collections or have expressed a misunderstanding that we are trying to get rid of as much as possible to free up space. So we are working to educate our teams of what the importance of this work, especially those who are staff and not archivists. And we are also planning to present the outcomes of this pilot internally within our unit and also more widely at the Smithsonian, as we plan to meet with colleagues, administrators, and facilities staff to request new storage space. Our appeal for more space is better justified if we can demonstrate that we are directing our stewardship resources towards records that are within scope, archival, and usable by researchers. Thank you.
Last slide, y'all. I wanted to close this out with this last slide that documents the meeting held at Smithsonian's Belmont Conference Center in 1979 and that we heard about this morning. This cross-disciplinary seminar brought together people from diverse fields that held common professional interests, truly inviting everyone who needed to be in the room. As I was preparing for this, I wondered if we had any photos documenting this momentous occasion, and was thrilled to identify a solitary roll of 35mm film in our collections. At the end of this day, we can look back to a past moment of our current profession to see where we started, how far we've come, and how far we have to go. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for your talks, and thank you to our audience members for sticking with us. I will first turn it over to the audience to see if there are any questions. Oh, right here. Got a mic coming your way.
Again, I think this comes from being an outsider, although everyone's been very welcoming, so I don't feel like an outsider anymore. Thank you. And it speaks to a couple of the papers from both this session and the session before, and it struck me when you were talking about the newspaper coverage around thefts.
and the recent situation in the UK and elsewhere around cyber attacks. And we've been talking a lot today about digital systems. So, for example, digital systems to record copyright requests or non-copyright requests, picture requests, etc. But as we've seen, and I'm sure others have seen in the UK in the last couple of weeks with the British Library cyber attack, before that the Royal Armoury cyber attack, this is a real challenge because we are sort of putting everything in the digital, and yet the digital is incredibly vulnerable. So I wondered whether across your working practices, with all this amazing work to look at archives, reappraise archives, think about space, etc., how we're thinking about the challenge around cyber attack, especially given the sensitive material that you're working with all the time.
We have a robust information office that called Office of the Chief Information Officer, OCIO. They're our IT people. We do get a lot of phishing attacks and such thing in our emails. We are vulnerable, but they cast a net of technology that I don't understand and protect us. And because we're so big, we just have a lot of people working on this. I wouldn't know what to do if I were in a smaller unit without those resources. So we have people that we have to take a security awareness test every year. We get a certificate for it. It's like 45 minutes long that alerts us to things that we should watch out for in terms of phishing scams, the social scammer, spear phishing. I just took it like 2 weeks ago. I don't know, anybody else?
I'll say, yeah, that is the sort of thing I do worry about, just because even with systems being really well designed by experts, we've seen it happen at other major institutions. So of course it's a concern for every large institution. And certainly talking with registrars, we're very conscious when it comes to accessions and deaccessions that you have these kind of processes where you have print and you have digital. And even with the pandemic, I think many of us are seeing a shift in the past handful of years where almost all of our record keeping has gone online, and we've developed those wonderful systems online. But that's a good reminder that anything we don't want to lose track of, like when did we deaccession, it needs to hit an accession file.
Yeah, I can just kind of echo what you were talking about a little bit. So at my museum, we have a collections management database. That is where our descriptions, information about our collections in the archives live. Also, like the paleontology collections all live in there, right? The descriptions of the zoology and the anthropology collections. And like it holds all of the loan information, acquisition. I mean, it's like a treasure trove of information. It's backed up. It's saved in a couple of spots. So if there ever was a hack, I think we have a backup. But your question actually made me think of our new digital asset management system that I didn't get to talk about in my presentation. It kind of plays into rights and copyright and that type of thing. But we just implemented a new digital asset management system, and we're like, great, we're going to start putting, like all of our images, right now they live on a networked drive, and that's where they've lived since, the beginning of network drives. So we're like, we're going to start to we're going to put all of those images into our new digital asset management system, which is a proprietary vendor-based system. And then there was a hack, I can't remember where, maybe it was one in the UK, and we were like, you know what? We're going to put our access copies in the digital asset management system, and we are going to keep a preservation copy of our, so this is our actual digitized images, and our born digital images too, though, as well. So lots of copies keep stuff safe, right? Old locks.
Question right there.
sort of piggybacking off of that to the Smithsonian, what does digital preservation look like at an institution of your scale?
So our unit is kind of heading the charge, or has historically headed the charge on digital preservation. We have a single electronic records archivist to manage all of the electronic records created by the entire institution. It's not enough. So there's a lot of education that we have to do to senior leadership to say that these things are at risk, and it's not just about born digital files, it's about obsolete hardware. We have a huge initiative right now called AVMPI, and it's to preserve audiovisual materials, especially magnetic materials, materials that have they have a deadline. They will stop working. So we've gotten a lot of support and have a capital campaign to fundraise to preserve that material. But for we do have a centralized digital asset management system, but it does not support all file formats. So we have in our unit our own thing called Darchives, and it's a series of servers with backup servers where we're doing digital preservation. There's also, whatever you can do to reformat. There's a lot of changing things to PDFs if you can, taking those snapshots. I think one thing, collecting websites and social media has also been a challenge, and is another kind of digital preservation that, how do you do it? We can only ever take snapshots. Do we have an answer? No. Are we trying? Yes, and I think that we're also trying to put out guidelines to be a leader in that, but I am not our digital preservation expert.
And we do the same. That's one of the areas where we collaborate closely, because as many museums, like many museums, the museums at the Smithsonian within the archival units do not have digital archivists on staff, and that's something we've had to build up try to build up in the last few years, but that's the challenge of not having that position and trying to find someone to do digital archives. So we're all in that situation. The institutional archives are the leaders in practices, so those of us who are trying to ramp up, we're collecting born digital. Well, artists gives us their papers, and there's lots of floppy disks, CDs, hard drives that come in those boxes, and we're trying to support that. But we're following SI Archives' approach to handling that, realizing we also need more staff support in that area.
I just want to add one more thing. It's hard to fundraise for digital preservation. It's not sexy. It's not shiny. It's not sparkly. It's technical. It's hard to not hard to advocate for. It's just hard to rationalize saying, well, why should we give you the money for this instead of this thing that will bring in visitors and appeal to children? And so it's that, again, competing needs, and how do we raise it to a level? And we were able to do that with these things that were like, hey, in 2030, you won't be able to look at this VHS tape anymore. We were able to, not fearmonger, maybe a little bit, but we were able to bring that to the level, so hopefully we can do it with some other stuff too.
And one other thing I'll add when she talks about maintenance and which projects are sexy and not sexy, I think we've really benefited from something called the National Collections Program at the Smithsonian, and they do have some web presence, in terms of they've secured some funds that are somewhat discretionary, and different museums or archives within the Smithsonian can apply and say, we have this maintenance project, it's not sexy, but the collection managers or the archivists know it's really important. And we've been able to get resources that way that we maybe haven't had another direct voice to secure. So that's been successful, and I hope that's a model that some other places can adopt.
Hi. As you try to de-accession materials, have you gotten any pushback from donors or from, say, development offices or even acquisitions archivists?
Pushback on reappraisal, on the deaccessioning, yeah. We have not had any pushback. We've tried to be mindful as we're going through the process of potentially deaccessioning anything. We look at, we go back to the accession file, look at all the paperwork, see if donors are still living, relatives are still living. We make them aware of what we're doing, make sure we're not giving away something that was featured in the original accession materials. So we haven't had any pushback. I think the biggest challenge is just the awareness from the staff of what we're trying to accomplish, and that we just had a lot of people saying, oh, this is, you're just trying to get rid of create some shelf space here. But really, I think those of us who worked directly with the collections, we were seeing these boxes of material. It's like, you'd go into a collection that gets a lot of use, and reference would serve box after box after box in the reading room, and you'd open the lid and it'd be books, and it was or another example is we had a large collection of artist, photographer, and kind of performance artist, and we discovered several boxes that were just actors' headshots and resumes that we couldn't confirm whether those were ever people that actually worked with this artist, and we just had to make some decisions. And we document everything very clearly. We have the review committee. We engage with other staff, including the curator collectors in some cases who may have been involved in bringing material in. We consult with them before we make any formal decisions. So luckily not a lot of pushback. No pushback from our advancement fundraisers. We did have to get buy-in from our director. Our leadership changed. We got funding for the project, and then we got a new director. So we kind of had to bring her on board of the importance of this project, because we had a lot of buy-in from the previous director and had to kind of go through that process again with a new director.
I can't think of anything in specific that would have been a donor or development related concern. Like Erin says, there's a lot of people who have a lot of concerns or fears the moment you get rid of anything, and I feel that too, even if I hear my grandmother's weeding her archives, because I don't quite trust her, which is maybe unkind. But I think that maybe it speaks to the necessity of all of our workflows, not just being a line, but being a loop that feeds back into clearer documentation for ourselves and for all the other stakeholders going forward.
Are there any other questions? Otherwise, I have some questions. Okay, not letting you guys get away that easy. So, Laura, my question for you. I thought it was great when you ended your talk on the researcher response and all of the positive feedback that you've gotten. So I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about that. And, have you noticed an uptick in requests? What has been maybe some common themes that you've seen? Yeah, just a little bit more about the researcher response.
Thanks for that question. I haven't seen an uptick. It's pretty average as far as the number of requests that we're getting. Again, like this new dams that we're implementing, that's going to drive traffic, no doubt. But that's like a year or so away. The first time that we did the pilot, we got a really that's the first email that we got as a positive response. So, and this person had no idea that they were the first to go through this new process, and so that was just so validating for us. because it really was the first time someone was like, can I use this image for, my presentation? We were like, yep, here you go, here's the terms. And they were like, whoa, this is amazing, thank you. That's, and we've had many emails like that. One thing I didn't get into my presentation is when things have gone the opposite direction. So I mentioned for the old process and for the contract or the agreement that people have to sign, we've had some issues when major publishers come back and they're like, I'm not signing that, you need to sign our agreement. And we're like, well, we're not signing that. And they're like, well, you need to change X, Y, and Z. And we're like, well, we don't change that. We will change maybe this tiny little thing. And it just goes back and forth. And then it's like, who cares? That's what my heart is telling me. Just give them the image and our terms. So that's one thing that I'm thinking for the future, is to be even more liberal, even for access for scopes of use that are large and will be reaching thousands and thousands of people potentially, is to just use the easy process so that it's easy for everybody. So I don't know that I have a whole lot to anything amazing to say for that, but hopefully that answers your question.
We might have time for one more short question. Going once, going twice. Okay. All right, well, I think that brings us to our time and concludes the symposium. Thank you, everybody, for attending, and folks who have tuned in online, and folks who might watch this recording in the future. Thanks, everybody.